Okay, we will resume the Monday, November 20th regular council meeting. And because there was nobody here when we started, I will do the land acknowledgement now. And that the City of Fort Saskatchewan is located within Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. And just so if anybody notes, that is a change. They had an election and they went from Region 4 to District 11. The ancestral and traditional territory of the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis, and we acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. It is because of our treaty relationship that we can live, work, and play on Treaty 6 territory. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so moving right into the agenda, the first item that we have for 9:30 is Fort Saskatchewan Public Library. Tricia Wall and Norma Leader and Nicole Starker.
Good morning, Mayor Catcher. Can you hear me?
Can you move it a little closer? Yeah.
Good morning, Mayor Catcher, councillors, and city staff. First, on behalf of the Library Board, the library staff, and the patrons of the public library, we would like to thank the city for their active and continued support of the library. I'm Norma Leader. I am the Library Board Chair, and my co-presenter is Nicole Starker Campbell, our Board Secretary. And together we will outline the accomplishments this year and our plans for 2024. Our Library Director, Tricia Wall, will answer any questions Council may have following our presentation. Our library is dedicated to delivering exceptional service for our patrons by offering a wide array of physical and digital resources, as well as valuable programs. We believe in intellectual freedom. Our goal is to grant residents the space and opportunity to make informed decisions, explore their personal interests, and actively participate in our vibrant community. Furthermore, we are committed to ensuring that the library remains a safe and inclusive space, removing any barriers that might hinder access to our services. We want our library to be a welcoming place for everyone. Now I'll take a moment to highlight some of our accomplishments in 2023 with some statistics. There were 78,997 visits. That's almost 79,000 people that came into the library in 2023. And that was a 19% increase from 2022. The library is a popular place and a vital piece of the downtown core. This is why it's harder to find a parking spot now when you come to the library sometimes. We've also had a 6% increase in renewed and new library cards, and a 6% increase in the amount of children's items borrowed. We also had a large increase in the subscribers to our social media channels as well. To date, we've had fewer programs, but a 42% increase in attendance at those programs. We've also secured additional settlement workers from the Edmonton Immigrant Services Agency, thereby expanding the availability of support for newcomers to Fort Saskatchewan. We've increased tech help and resource sharing with senior centers because we recognize the importance of reaching out to a segment of the population that may have a hard time actually coming in person into the library. And we've also provided faxing service to fill another community need. In 2022, during our presentation to Council, we made a commitment to promote literacy and school readiness programs for our young people in the community. In 2023, we increased children's programming by 31%, with the result being a 63% increase in the number of participants. We also told you that we wanted to increase the connections with Fort Saskatchewan schools. We expanded our outreach by 47 programs, and this increased our student participants by 3,033 students. We took the initiative to revive the Early Years Coalition and led the organization of the Under 3 Years Fair. And this is an important event for young families. By hosting it in the library, we've simplified access to services geared to their needs. This is a convenient way for busy families to explore the offerings of multiple agencies in one location. We're committed to making sure that this opportunity is not lost for young families. Also, we hope that these families will continue to see the library as a place to seek information beyond the scope of only books, which may be what they thought of when they thought of a library before. As we begin to shape the plans for 2024, it's clear that both agencies and parents are eagerly anticipating the return of the March event. Now I will turn to Nicole to outline our future plans for the library.
Hello, Your Worship and Council, and thank you again for having us. I'm Nicole Starker-Campbell, the Library Board Secretary. The future we envision is bold and optimistic because we know what our community can accomplish when we work together. We listen to many community members through multiple public engagement events and informal conversations. We heard from parents and caregivers who see the value in early literacy programming and tell us about their children's success in school because of our school readiness programs. We heard from teens who enjoy a quiet, free place to study. When asked what we could do for teens, one of our teen patrons said, "I want you to keep making kids feel welcome like you do for me." We did things that were very important but can't be measured with numbers. One library patron gave us a shout out and said, as a parent of a child that identifies as non-binary, it's wonderful to be able to find books that are inclusive of the LGBTQ community. To be able to see themselves within a character or read about others living similar experience to them is validating. Seeing the availability of these books within our local library makes me more confident of our place in the community. We're a meeting place for many seniors. One of our regular senior patrons commented on how much he loves seeing and hearing children in the library. He was so happy it wasn't the quiet library of his childhood. We offer a neutral and accessible space where groups can gather, plan activities, and engage with the broader community, fostering a sense of community and connection. Our knitting group was formed in partnership with a patron who is new to the city and wanted to make new friends, and she has. Community-based planning puts the community needs in the driver's seat by consulting the community on the core services it sees important. The community chose early literacy, lifelong learning, and community hub as the focus areas for our next plan of service. These focus areas are the base for goals and objectives for the library in the coming years. The plan of service is a living document that ensures the library stays on track and continues to meet the needs of the community. We have shown you what we've done. Now we want to show you what we can do together. These are just some of the 11 goals that we'll be working towards next year and in the coming years. They're lofty goals, but we know that with the support of community, council, and staff, we'll achieve them. The library is committed to supporting Fort Saskatchewan families, including parents and caregivers, as they help their children learn and grow. One of our objectives for this goal is to increase early literacy programs with flexible scheduling, including alternative dates and times. And in the fall, they added 2 more toddler sessions just to meet the demand in the community. We'll be responsive to emerging trends and the needs of users in how we create and deliver services and spaces. We plan to assess our current outreach activities and establish a clear plan for future implementation. Community members will have equal opportunities to connect with each other and with local resources, fostering a sense of inclusion and engagement in the community. We plan to re-envision and enhance spaces within the library to better meet community needs, inspire learning, and provide gathering spaces for the community. And I'll send it back to our...
Thank you, Nicole. Our goal for the library is to craft a well-balanced and practical budget that meets the community's needs and adds value to the city. Through extensive restructuring and reallocation efforts, we've diligently sought ways to stretch our budget and still deliver the utmost value. And Tricia has worked hard on this. As with all organizations, inflation is affecting the library as well. We are seeking your support in increasing the local appropriation by 2.5%. With this request, we will be able to provide a 2% increase for library assistant positions. This increase is aimed at aligning the pay scale with comparable library positions across the province. Moving forward, we anticipate increasing the job duties and responsibilities for employees in these positions, and we feel that they should be compensated accordingly. Additionally, there is a small increase for the library's inflationary pressures. We thank you for the time and effort that City Council puts into the budget decisions that shape the quality of life for Fort Saskatchewan residents and the community as a whole throughout the year. Now I'll turn to our library director, Tricia Wall, to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. So I will open it up to questions of council. Councillor Macon.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. Just looking through your budget, I'm wondering if you can talk about how we get to the almost 9.5% increase to salaries, wages, and benefits.
So the increase in salaries, wages, and benefits is due to a restructure where we hired a team lead programming librarian, and as well as the step up in grants.
Okay, and then how did you fund those positions? That because you're saying you already have them?
We did not have the programming librarian position, and we did restructure and remove an operating manager position.
Okay, and then looking through your operating expenses, a lot of the line items are decreased by a significant amount. And through your presentation, I'm assuming that was done very strategically to ensure personnel could be hired. But I'm just curious if you think that those are maintainable levels, because some of these are quite a significant decrease from the year-over-year ask. So I'm just some 80%, 70%, 40, 46. Do you anticipate that those decreases can be sustained long-term, or that we're going to see requests for those areas to be boosted up in future years?
I think they are quite sustainable, especially in some areas. We made very large changes. For example, with our banking services, we changed and we went to a Square, which has saved us over 80% a year. So that's something that's definitely sustainable. And we worked very hard to make some changes and make some good choices. I think you are right that some things will probably go up with time, but we will try and allocate the money in a way that works best for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you so much, ladies, for your presentation. You do such important work in our community, and I just want to say thank you. My dad was visiting from Nigeria this summer, and he was there twice every week and just always raved about the library. So thank you very much for what you do. So to my question, so you're requesting a 2% salary increase for specific positions, and you talked about the library assistants. So is there a reason why you're requesting for this specific position? Are you seeing like a turnover on that role? So why you requesting for that 2% increase for this specific position and not overall across your the staff?
So if we look at the staffing across the board and we compare to other libraries of similar sizes in Alberta, our other positions are making comparable wages, whereas our library assistants are not. We're also looking at increasing the role of the library assistants. So, for example, right now, our library assistants work on the circulation desk and they help people with questions, but they don't have a lot of roles involved in programming. So what we're hoping to do is by increasing that wage a little bit, we would be able to use those staff as well in a way that they be able to host programs for us, and we could increase our programming numbers and our number of programs offered without having to increase that programming staff hourly wage.
Right. Okay. Now that makes sense. Thank you. Just my second question. This is more of a line item on your budget revenue, the interest income. I see that you're budgeting for 2024 134% increase from 2023, and I'm wondering why you so optimistic about that being so much higher.
We did have conversations with the city accountants who look after our revenue and our interest, and they felt that we were forecasting quite low. And if we look at our 2022 numbers compared to our 23 numbers, it was true. We were forecasting quite low for the amount of revenue we were getting. So I think it's a correction,
Okay.
and hopefully it's right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly. Oops, sorry, just a second. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you for being here. My questions are easier, I think. We have a PowerPoint presentation, I believe, put together by you folks, and my questions revolve around page 17 and 18 of that PowerPoint presentation. 17 starts with, we will be responsive to emerging trends and the needs of users. And that's followed up with an objective, ensure that collections align with the community before 2029, so 6 years out. And then on page 18, the goal is community members will have equitable opportunities, and the objective is initiate a project before 2029. I like the idea of completing it before 29, but I'm not certain what initiate it means before 29. Could you provide some color on that, please?
This is actually still in draft stage, so that might be a really good point. But by initiate, we mean that we want to take the time to explore what the community needs and how we can best suit the community that we have, before just providing a service thinking that we know what the community needs. So the collection will be evaluated to make sure that it is equitable and inclusive to everyone in the community. That's kind of a project that we know we can complete. As far as initiating, sometimes it's hard to use words like complete if you're not sure you're going to actually do it before 2029.
I understand. You get my point. So we can leave that one alone. I know I'm supposed to ask questions, but I feel compelled to make a comment based upon the stats you guys gave. I think great job. Well done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like all of the questions for you. So thank you for coming out this morning and presenting. And thank you for your ongoing excellent job. I just want to say your Halloween video that you did on Facebook was fantastic.
I will pass that on.
Yes, I think your staff are doing an amazing job. So
Thank you so much.
thank you. And thank you to the board. Okay, we will move right along to, I see we have our Heartland Housing people here, so we move right along with Heartland Housing.
Morning, Mayor Catcher and Council. It's always a pleasure to come and have some time with you folks, and I look forward to having a little bit of a conversation this morning. My name is Mike Derbyshire. I am the chair of the Heartland Housing Foundation Board of Directors. I'm joined today, of course, by our Heartland's Chief Executive Officer, Nancy Simmons. I'm also pleased to recognize my fellow board members, Councillor Macon, Councillor Noyen, and I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the efforts of Councillor Kelly and Councillor Abatoye in their service to our board over the past year. We also have the luxury of having a couple of community members, Mike Heck and Sheldon Hudson from Fort Saskatchewan, and our Strathcona County councillors, our Councillor Hartwick and Councillor Harvey. We're very pleased to present our 2024 requisition today. But before we do that, Wednesday, most of you might know this, but some of you might not, is National Housing Day. And on Wednesday, I would invite all of you to take a moment to reflect on the growing need for housing access across Alberta and the seniors, families, and vulnerable individuals impacted by the current crisis in housing. We all have a part to play in addressing this great and growing need, and I look forward to sharing some of the ways that Heartland Housing Foundation, with the support of this municipality, is doing just that. I'll pass it over to Nancy now.
Good morning. As you know, Heartland Housing Foundation serves as the housing management body for both Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County. Under that operating agreement, which Mike will provide a refresher on shortly, we manage the lodge program for each community. Lodges provide housing, meals, recreation, and housekeeping supports to lower income seniors. Under the Alberta Social Housing Act, we are provided with the municipal funding for those operations through annual requisitions. These requisitions support only the subsidized lodges in our portfolio, which include Dr. Turner Lodge in Fort Saskatchewan and Silver Birch Lodge and Clover Bar Lodge in Strathcona County. In all, over 430 area seniors call our lodges home, with more growing on our wait list.
As Nancy mentioned, Heartland Housing Foundation is the housing management body for Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County. When the lodge program for low-income seniors first began in Alberta, municipalities donated land for buildings, and the province of Alberta provided the capital dollars to build the lodges. Housing management bodies were created through ministerial order by the province to manage these facilities, and as such answered directly to the province. This partnership continues today, both in the operation and continued development of the lodge program, and housing management bodies continue to provide services to these lodges and manage the income and expenses related to those services. In turn, the management bodies requisition their municipalities for funding shortfalls incurred in this work. This agreement was agreed to by the municipalities as part of their original agreements with the province. Lodges also receive some operational funding for particularly low-income seniors through the Provincial Lodge Assistance Program. Our ministerial order allows each municipality to appoint representatives at the board level to ensure transparency in the requisition and use of municipal funds. Each year, our board of directors approves annual budgets and the related requisition amounts. These funds represent only the lodge program. We wanted to take a few minutes over the next 3 slides to look at some of the challenges we are currently facing, some of the opportunities on our horizon, and some of the many efficiencies we have realized in the past year. With respect to challenges we are facing, the first centers around some of the uncertainty around the province's vision for the future of the lodge program. The province has suggested a review of the lodge program is forthcoming, but there are no clear signals yet as to what changes that review might invite. Meanwhile, we're seeing a return to pre-pandemic levels of occupancy and application levels, meaning that once again we have wait lists for all of our programs, but specifically in the Lodge program. So bottom line is we're running at full capacity, experiencing unprecedented levels of inflation, and provincial budgets are remaining flat. This means more burden is being downloaded to municipalities via requisitions, but also that operators like us are being forced to make difficult choices about how we best serve low-income seniors without adequate resources. And on the horizon, as we all know, is the coming gray wave of baby boomers aging into our service offerings. Not only will the next generation of seniors be a large cohort, but they will come with different expectations and needs that we need to prepare for while operating on razor-thin margins. But it's not all doom and gloom. Opportunities on the horizon will help us better prepare for some of the challenges ahead. Indeed, we remain optimistic that the forthcoming Lodge review will result in some net benefits for operators like us in terms of how we serve our communities. Our fingers remain crossed. We've embarked on developing a bold new strategic plan that enshrines staff experience as a core organizational priority. This demonstrates our commitment to attracting and retaining the kind of talented, dedicated people we need to fulfill our commitment to providing quality housing solutions and services to this community, as well as Strathcona County. Another exciting part of our upcoming strategic plan is the development of carefully targeted KPIs to allow us to better measure our success and support each other where we see opportunities for improvement. Speaking of improvement, we are in the process of optimization efforts in our recreation programming that will build on the successes of our ongoing food service optimization initiatives. We have seen huge return on investment on the optimization work related to food services, which I will get to in the next slide. And we're working with our talented recreation teams to apply similar evaluation practices to their programming with the overall aim of improving the experience of our Lodge residents. So this is my favorite part of the presentation, when I get to highlight some of the wins we've had in the past year. Picking up on some of the points from the last slide, our food service optimization work has not only yielded a tremendous 84% resident satisfaction rate with our food service offerings, but has also realized net cost increases of only 9% over the past 3 years, in the same period where inflation has driven costs to rise by over 16%. We are literally doing more with less, and the resident wellness outcomes are apparent. Satisfaction is up, but so is urgency. In our last round of consultations, we had over 60 residents attend focus groups that saw resident-directed changes to our menus, including substitutions, like replacing a turkey and mushroom sauce entree with an apple braised turkey option, and improvements to key dishes like our salmon salad sandwich. I know that's really deep in the weeds, but it speaks to the kind of effort and impact we're having by listening to our residents. By engaging with them deeply on their dining experience in the Lodge, we not only enable more effective purchasing decisions, but we empower residents to look at their own dining experiences as an opportunity for enrichment and active collaboration with us to improve their lives in our lodges. Another big win for us this year has been reaching capacity at Clover Bar Lodge. Some of you may recall that before Clover Bar Lodge opened, we anticipated realizing a number of fiscal efficiencies related to the additional 69 units that the new space would offer. We're very happy to report that we are now at capacity at Clover Bar Lodge, with 144 area residents and seniors calling that beautiful space home. Now I'd like to hand over things to Nancy, who will provide some details on our budget, the requisition, and associated impacts.
So within our presentation package, we have provided council with our overall requisition for 2024, which is a 4% increase from the previous year. When we look at the overall revenue, the requisition makes up 32% of our overall revenue, while the LAP grant that is provided by the provincial government makes up 10%, and the remaining 58% is driven directly from resident revenue and their rental costs. So here's a deeper look at some of the changes we've incurred in the current year. In 2022, Heartland Housing Foundation revamped our lodge program to a new rent model. This model takes each resident's own income into account when determining what rent would be affordable to them. The model, known as rent geared to income, is generally considered to be the most equitable rental model for affordable housing. This change allows us to provide lodge residents in need of affordable housing with the most transparent and equitable rental structure, while ensuring that everyone, regardless of income, can live comfortably in our lodges. In developing this new rental structure, we have defined more realistic costs aligned with our service packages that support our resident meals, housekeeping, and daily programs offered in the lodge. With the inflation we have seen over the past 2 years, the costs associated with providing lodge services has increased, and we are presenting a 3% increase to the service package, which will be paid by our residents. We are also projecting additional fees in the coming year for additional services offered to the residents and their families, while also anticipating further recovery of our overhead costs to our operations from other housing programs. With the success of our Clover Bar Lodge being fully occupied and our overall occupancy seeing a recovery to our pre-pandemic levels, we will see an overall increase to our utility consumption. We remain under a fixed contract for 2024, therefore our rates will not see an increase. With significant improvements to our coordinated food services program, including improved buying power processes, we are only anticipating a 3% increase to our food costs. With the age of our lodges, we are anticipating a replacement and repair of several lodge-related equipment required to meet supportive living accommodation standards. These increases will result in an additional 4% increase that we are budgeting for operating costs. Our 10% budget increase for operating maintenance is a result of inflationary costs to our preventative maintenance contracts and increased costs anticipated due to the overall age of the buildings, with Silver Birch being nearly 20 years old and Dr. Turner Lodge nearing its 10-year mark. We are incorporating additional budget for plumbing and costs related for our mechanical systems. Our staff form an essential part of creating an amazing home life experience for our lodge residents. In 2023, we were able to absorb a 3% wage increase to our staff that was essential to meeting the inflationary demands of our staff that they have felt and they continue to feel. To ensure we maintain high quality to our residents and recognize the continued increase to cost of living we are all feeling, we are including an additional 3% to our overall wage grid, which aligns with what we are seeing in the market. Our other revenue and expenditures that fall outside of the lodge operations are less predictable and tend to vary year over year. As we have all seen, return on investments has increased in 2023, and we predict our low-risk investments will continue to support our operations in 2024. As a mature organization, we have developed a significant strategy that defines our needs for the lodge program for the next 5, 10, and even 20 years. Mapping out our financial commitments to safeguarding our assets, our capital assets, allows us a more predictable long-term approach to capital reserve planning for the organization. Managing our capital reserves from a cash flow perspective, we have a clear understanding of what we need to maintain within our capital reserves to oversee the building's systems over the next 5 years, rather than an annual ask for immediate capital needs. This resulted in an overall reduction of our non-operating costs in 2024 and will balance out in the coming years. Incorporating all these budgetary impacts, we are presenting Council with an overall requisition increase of 4%. In past years, we have always presented to Council the allocation of shared requisition amounts between City of Fort Saskatchewan and Strathcona County. As you may recall, at the inception of Heartland Housing Foundation in 2013 when we merged, it was agreed upon by both municipalities that the shared allocation would be determined based on reported equalization assessment reports, which are produced annually through municipal affairs. 2023 marks our first year that the allocation has changed since 2013, noting that City of Fort Saskatchewan is growing at a slightly greater pace than Strathcona County. The consequence for Fort Saskatchewan is that their community will see a slightly greater increase to their annual property tax assessment. Let's take a look at what that might look like. Based on an assessed property value of $400,000, our 4% overall requisition will increase in the following ways. Specific to Fort Saskatchewan, Heartland's requisition will increase $3.11 annually from $34.59 to $37.70. Taking a look at our lodge residents specifically, as they form a critical component of how we manage our operations, the average resident in our lodges, their rent and supportive services combined make up 70% of their annual income, 30% being for rent and 40% being used for supportive services. And the average income of our residents is $29,600. We wanted to be able to close this presentation by sharing some of the important ways the Lodge program positively impacts the lives of seniors on our community. Our lodges provide a vibrant home where seniors who may otherwise face isolation, food insecurity, or unsafe living conditions can thrive. And thrive they really do. I've had the pleasure of attending 4 centennial birthday celebrations this year, with a few other residents celebrating their 101st, 103rd, and even 105th birthday in their home, our lodge, surrounded by their friends and their loved ones. Through the Lodge program, supported in part by the municipality's requisition, Heartland Housing Foundation employs nearly 200 people who provide over 470,000 nutritious meals, 5,500 hours of enriching recreation programming, and 5,200 hours of housekeeping supports to over 430 community seniors every year. We'd like to thank you, Council, for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open it up to Council for any questions. Councillor Blizzard.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. I was on the Heartland board a number of years ago and know the vital things that they do for our community. I have one question, and maybe I didn't see it or didn't hear it, but you're a nonprofit. Can you give charitable receipts if someone does a donation? And do you ever look into that?
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Blizzard. We are a charitable organization. We did run a capital campaign when we were constructing our Clover Bar Lodge, and at that time we did become that charitable status, and we do receive a variety of charitable donations directly to our sites, but also as an organization.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning. Nice to see you folks. Nancy, if you could please, on your PowerPoint presentation, it's marked, I think, is your page 32. It's the operating requisition that you had up, I think, toward the end. You indicate, based on the value, that's the wrong page, I apologize. The one where you looked at the value of the requisition on a $400,000 house, whatever, and I lost the page. 11, thank you, go there. The actual requisition is allocated based upon total assessment value of the respective communities. When you did your 4% and 9% or whatever it was, did you take into account that there might in fact be actually more houses in Fort Saskatchewan this year? Because I don't think the increase is going to be as large as you project, simply because part of that increase in the assessment base is a broader base to divide the number by.
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Kelly, you are correct. When we provide those examples for the average increase that we would see in an average house of 400,000, it's based on the tax assessment calculator we can use online, which would be the previous years. So it could be less than the $3 that we've calculated.
And I suspect that it will be. Thank you. On page 29, and I wrote that one down, so let me see if I got the right. Yes, you make a reference to management fees, 8% increase in management fees. I know what the management fees are, but it seems incongruous to this organization. So could you take a few minutes, please, and explain the effort you go through or the organization goes through to track the revenues and more particularly, I guess, the expenses for the various housing products that Heartland manages, and the fact that the requisition only applies to seniors.
You just turned your mic off.
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Kelly, you answered my question really well. As an organization, we have been in existence for over 60 years in providing lodge services to both communities in Sherwood Park and Fort Saskatchewan. But as we have grown, we have taken on management supports for the government in operating the senior self-contained properties, as well as starting in 2010, we started expanding our services and our support in providing near market housing. So we've grown as an organization, and so our business model does account for various programs. We do an incredible job of making sure our allocations are costing work that we do throughout the organization to protect the work that we do in the lodge and keep the costs related to the lodge specific to our lodge requisition. And to do that, our lodge is our hub, and so we do a lot of work out of our head office, and we allocate costs out to the other programs, which generates a revenue for the lodge program. So as we grow as an organization, with an example of the construction of Muriel Court this year, we are able to spread our services across a greater breadth of programs, which increases the revenue for the lodge program.
Thank you. Mayor Catcher, I do have one more, and I don't see anybody else online.
Go ahead. I'll go after you.
You can go.
Yep, go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. You touched on my next question, and this is unrelated to the budget. Give council an update on Muriel Court, please. How are we doing? Are we filled up? What's going on?
We had full occupancy within approximately 80 days of opening the building and a growing wait list. I think the last I looked, there was over 35% of our units are on a wait list. So it's growing.
So there appears to be demand in the community for that type of product.
100%.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll go next. So I guess the question that I have is, we still have that vacant lot that belongs to the province. Are you making any progress with them?
Mayor Catcher, that's an outstanding question, and I'm really happy to say that our board is now focused on strategic thinking around new acquisition sites, potentially in the Fort Saskatchewan area. We actually just last week reviewed a report from our management team outlining and working with the City of Fort Saskatchewan's management team in outlining a list of 10 potential sites, 10 or 9 or 10, in the Fort Saskatchewan area that are potential for development. The challenge, of course, is funding, and it also has to fit into our wheelhouse too. So, as you know, our next project is the First Street project in Sherwood Park, but we're already looking ahead to what the next project after that looks like. And so we've examined some sites. We're heading down that path. I can't answer it any better than that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Batoye?
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's so good to see both of you. It's been a while. So my question is, so you talked about Clover Bar Lodge being at 0% vacancy rate and also MAG. So what's your overall vacancy rate for all your lodges? Because you talked about it being pre-pandemic. So is that 0 across overall, or what is it?
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Abatoye, I would say virtually we're at 0%. There's always turnover, so we'll have a slight vacancy rate. However, what's really been informative over the last 3 or 4 months is our growing wait lists on each and every one of our lodge programs. We're sitting at about 35 to 40% of our total units sitting on a wait list. So the demand is growing and something that we really haven't seen since pre-COVID.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Noyan?
Yeah, thank you, Mike and Nancy. I just had a question about utility rates. So they're fixed in 2024. You're obviously aware what's happening with utility rates. How is that going to play into the budget for 2025, and kind of what are we looking at as a base budget in 2025 comparatively what we have now, and maybe a short explanation as to if you could have rolled some of that into 2024 budget, or I don't know how that would work from an accounting standpoint, but that's obviously something to prepare for here in the near future.
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Noyan, we are in fixed contracts On our electricity, we're in fixed until the end of 2025, so we have a couple of years to anticipate what that might look like in future years. But we're also working on a plan to improve efficiencies within our buildings over the next 2 years. We've received some funding from the province where we're going to look at replacing all of our lighting to higher efficiency, just in anticipation of trying to reduce our usage to balance the increased rates we might see. Natural gas, we're actually in a fixed contract until the end of 2027. So we have some stability there, and we'll work next year with our provider to start planning out some of those rates post 2027.
Excellent. So that some of those capital investments for lowering electricity, that'd be included in capital budget for the ongoing projects. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just follow up with Mayor Catcher's question. If I read the question correctly, she supports doing something with that vacant land on 101st Street, and of course I would agree. My experience with the organization, though, tells me that it's just not that easy. And you alluded to that, Michael. There's a limiting factor. I guess there's a couple, but the preeminent limiting factor is funding. Nancy, could you please share with the council and publicly how many years it took you to line up the funding for Mural Abdurrahman Court?
Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Kelly, I would commend Mayor Ketcher's note on this in several of our presentations over the last couple of years, that it has been 10 years start to finish for the construction of Muriel Court. It doesn't mean that we're actively working with the government. And what I would like to recommend is being able to provide a more thoughtful presentation to council. We'd like to come back sometime early in the new year to talk about the breadth of work that we do. And that might be a really engaging conversation to talk about how council might be able to help us in advocating for funding just based on the needs. So we'd be happy to come back and provide more detailed information on where funding comes from and the complexities.
I would love that to happen. You and I have had multiple discussions on funding models for the type of work that the organization does, and I think it's a timely discussion to have, Nancy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and continue your excellent work. I only asked the question about that vacant lot because every time I have municipal affairs in front of us, I always try and remind them they've got, they talk about housing all the time for the different continuum, and I think they forget quite often that they have assets that they could be doing something with. So, sometimes I think because there's always a change in sometimes the ministers, it's always good to put a bug in their ear. And yeah, hopefully something will happen with it before the next decade again. All right, thank you very much. There doesn't appear to be any questions. All right, I have been asked for a comfort break, so we will recess. It's 10:20. Do you want 10 minutes or 10 minutes? So come back at 10:30, and we're starting promptly at 10:30.
Culture and rec first? Is that what's next?
Yeah, culture, yeah, community and Okay, we will resume the meeting. It is 10:30, and we are going to pick up where we left off last week with Culture and Recreation Services. Brad Babiak presenting.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. I am Brad Babiak. I am the Director of Culture and Recreation, and I'll be presenting my department's 2024 budget. I'm joined in the gallery today by Jessica Weller, our Culture and Heritage Supervisor, Kayla Dow, our Supervisor of Aquatic Operations, Josh Jennings, Supervisor of Shell Theater and Special Events, and Lindsay Poitras, Supervisor, Dow Centennial Center, Torres Field, and Arenas. The majority of the information related to this presentation is in the Culture and Recreation Services budget package you received on Friday, although there are some additional items such as the line item budget for the department in the main budget package you received previously. The Department of Culture and Recreation Services supports a thriving and inclusive community through performing and visual arts, history and heritage, community events, and promoting active and healthy lifestyles, and supporting our sport and cultural community. The department does this work through a mix of full-time, part-time, and casual staff at the Dow Centennial Center, Shell Theater, 2 standalone arenas, Torres Field, which is our high-performance field, Harbor Pool, and the Fort Heritage Precinct. The programs we manage appear on page 8-3 of the Culture and Recreation Services package. This year, we did a comprehensive review of our PBB programs. Through this, we found significant findings and made some adjustments based on this review, starting with which there was a reduction in programs from 30 down to 24. This is a result of integrating some programs into existing ones. So the reasons for the integration included programs that were really supports to another program being basically rolled together as they could not or did not stand alone well on their own. Examples of this would be our ticketing service coordination or our real volunteer programs, but specifically serve our theater programs, and that's their purpose. Other programs were combined as we felt it was hard to accurately allocate costs at very detailed levels. And so example of that would be our indoor dry pad being integrated into our overall indoor arenas, just because of the nuances with the costing of those programs, as sometimes we would have to have the arenas without ice actually for maintenance, and it wasn't to serve an actual program. So those were some things we were struggling to get accurate costs with, so we've combined those together because we feel that this gives us the best representation of those programs. Another overarching principle we took with the programs was using a consistent approach where possible across all the programs, which programs largely break down into either spontaneous use, rentals, or actual programs across most of our facilities. So this resulted in some significant revisions. One such one was the Recreation, Sport, Fitness, and Wellness Spontaneous Use Program, which was previously just our fitness center, but now includes our flex halls and gymnastics spontaneous use, as well as spontaneous use related to our Nutrien soccer field or Sherritt CEP arena. This program also is used to capture all the non-program public spaces that we have in the Dow, such as our hallways, lobby. So those spaces we don't actually actively program, but we do have costs associated with them. So that was some of the reasons for some of the cost changes related to that program. Additional details on the program review are available in the 28 notes starting on page 8-4 that illustrate the significant reallocations or increases to the programs. Overall, the most notable changes were really due to reallocations or cost increases related to fleet facilities and engineering for the custodians and operators, as well as reallocation or increased utility costs based on last actuals and providing those to the relevant space in the facilities. There was also a net revenue increase, which I'll speak to a little bit later because they're primarily due to our fees and charges. Some key initiatives for 2024 for the department will be the determining approach to the public question on aquatics expansion support, as well as engaging with the public on support for potential bike skills park. And then another crucial piece of work for us this year would be updating our department's fees and charges based on the new related policy FIN 009-C. One other piece of work that we'll be looking to focus on this year is development of a departmental data and evaluation framework. And this relates to one of our requests for this year, which is request 720234, an Intelli temporary support position, which has an approximate request of $90,000 to be split over 2024 and 2025. And this would be from the Municipal Operations Reserve. The purpose of this budget request is to create a temporary one-year role to work on the city's intelligence, or better known, Intelli software system. This system is the city's facility booking, class, course, and point of sale system, not only for the Department of Culture and Recreation, but the city overall. This project will focus on, this position will focus on the front end portion of the system with support from IT on the back end requirements. And so what that will look like is the project will focus on 4 primary areas: system and data cleanup. So this is reducing duplicate accounts that currently exist in the system. In some cases, duplicate locations or course types. Also, it would look at reporting improvements to ensure consistent reporting across departments or fees, looking at naming conventions, and then better alignment of the data to our current fees and charges. Staff supports would be another area of focus, and so that would be reviewing and updating our business rules. That's essentially how staff know to utilize the system, as well as development of training and materials to support that. And then finally, we would look at potential system capacity enhancements. So these are things that the system currently has the potential to deliver on, but the city, or we haven't not yet had the chance to fully flesh out what that looks like and some of those benefits. And these would be things like increased online functionality, such as the ability to see our ice rentals online live to see what ice is available or not, as opposed to having to call in to our bookings department for that kind of information. It would also be things like being able to do membership renewals online or invoice payment. This project also considers the upcoming release of an Intelli version software upgrade to 4.19. We've been given notice that this is coming, and that essentially the focus will be on the user interface, so how both our staff will interact with the software in terms of how it looks. While the functionality may remain the same in the back, there'll be some training on the front in terms of how it would move forward. And this would be something else we would need to prepare our staff for once it rolls out. The next request is 740095 regarding the Truth and Reconciliation Initiative the city has been supporting the last number of years. The request is for $40,000, which is consistent for funding from the past 2 budgets. The proposed change for the 2024 budget is to have $5,000 of the funding being moved from one-time funding to ongoing to be supported through property tax revenue. And this is specific funding that would be used to support staff training related to Indigenous awareness and education opportunities. The other $35,000 would continue to be one-time funding, at this point identified for support through the provincial government's municipal sustainability initiative, and would fund the events that we have been doing over the past few years, such as in 2023, the funds were utilized to organize events to acknowledge Indigenous Peoples Day, the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, and the National Day of Awareness for Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, as well as to support our Indigenous events, such as the seasonal round dances. The funds also support the partnership with the Indigenous Society of Fort Saskatchewan through Indigenous knowledge sharing activities, community engagement, and programming. This initiative enhances the city's relationship with the Indigenous residents and neighbors, providing opportunities for all residents to understand and appreciate the Indigenous experience, history, and culture. Examples of this work from 2023, in addition to the 100 of community members attending the events I mentioned previously, was the city's permanent raising of the Treaty 6 Métis Nation flags on June 27th, where members of the Indigenous Society of Fort Saskatchewan, as well as Elder Norma Spicer of the Métis Nation of Alberta, and Elder Doreen Wabasca spoke to the importance of these acts as critical steps towards reconciliation. This event also included the official unveiling of the Every Child Matters mural that was painted by our local Indigenous artist, Ellie Granjar. The continued goal of this work is to continue to gather and evaluate community input for further enhancements to the initiative in 2024. As we've heard very clearly from the residents, particularly the Indigenous society as well, they want to be very actively engaged in terms of what this work of reconciliation looks like moving forward. And finally, I'll just speak a bit of an overview, some key items related to our fees and charges. So as mentioned previously, the Culture and Recreation fees and charges are located on page 8-15 of the Culture and Recreation package. While Culture and Recreation did not transition to the new fees policies this year, we did do a thorough review of our current policies, guided by looking at a pricing methodology, so our indirect and direct costs. One of these examples was our aquatics fitness instructor for school physical education classes. There was an increase to cover that hourly rate. So that portion of it, we were looking to get full staff recovery time or cost recovery for that staff. We also looked at cost recovery, starting with the comprehensive priority-based budget review to again look at those cost allocations to better assign personnel and non-personnel costs, to then, as we work through the next year, review our user fees and charges to align with those, or to ensure alignment with those across the two pieces. We also looked at our pricing strategy, so looking at current market prices and adjustments. And so there was a couple of examples of those within the DCC and Harbor Pool, looking at our family membership packages. We are going to do a multi-year increase just to keep it more reasonable from year to year, to better align the overall cost of a family pass against the individual admission cost, just because it was starting to be a bit of a gap there. So we wanted to bring that back in alignment. And the other critical thing we looked at was the impact of inflation on various costs, such as our supplies and materials, as we saw significant increases in some of our pool supplies and other things. And so we wanted to address those costs as well. Some notable fees and changes were new for this year was an outdoor special event fee. So pickleball, volleyball, or tennis tournaments or rentals can now be booked. We had some people who were very interested in that, but we didn't actually have a fee to allow that. So we wanted to ensure that there was a balance between the public access and giving these organizations full access to a facility for an entire weekend or day. We also looked at our flex hall rates and increased the non-resident commercial rates by approximately 11%. This is just to bring it in better line with our other facilities across the city. We also did a significant change regarding our local school pool hourly rental fees, which are guided by our joint use and planning agreement with the schools. There were some significant cost increases there due to the fact that since 2019, when we added an additional lifeguard based on the Life Saving Society's recommendation that we have at minimum 2 lifeguards, the cost hadn't been passed on to the schools at that point. And so we are looking to reconcile that, as that is a cost that comes out of the city's pocket to keep that. So we're just adjusting the fees to reflect that going forward. No fees were proposed to be canceled this year. And finally, the fees falling under the authority of the city manager relate to aquatics programs, aquatic leadership courses, recreation and fitness and wellness courses, our Fort Heritage Precinct programs, as well as our other culture and recreation fees such as summer camps, no school days, and school fun days. With that, I'll conclude my presentation and be happy to take any questions.
Okay, great. I'm going to open it up to questions. If you don't mind, I'm going to kick off the first one. So with the Intelli support position, if it's a citywide, if it's overarching citywide, why would it be under culture and rec as opposed to IT?
To your worship, that's a very good question. This becomes the distinction between the amount of work that needs to be done in the front end as opposed to the back end. So IT has the expertise in the system itself and how it operates. Really, this is about how the front end users, which largely is just on volume, culture and recreation staff. Although financial services, protective services, all of them also use the system, we are by and large the number one user. I would say we're the power user of the system and have the most knowledge about or use it the most frequently, because every swim lesson, every fitness class, they're all registered through Intelli. And so we're using our expertise to help guide that work. And then IT will support it from the back end if there's actual system changes needed. I hope that helps to address the question.
It kind of does. I think you guys work it out amongst yourselves. So, second question I have is on the Truth and Reconciliation. So when we talk about year 3, at 40,000, and I know it keeps saying one time at being 35 now. How many more one times are we going to have? Or will this be the last year for the 40,000 and then it drops to 5,000 a year?
To your worship, our goal this year is to have a conversation about how this work proceeds going forward. Assuming it's approved and we continue to do this work, what we want to have conversations about is how do we deliver it. So this could be done a couple of different ways. In partnership with the Indigenous Society, they may take a more active role in it. And so what this could look like is this moves to our grant streams, like our community grants, like some of the other nonprofits receive their funding. That's one option. Another option is we just decide to, if there's support going forward in the next budget, to make it a permanent part of our operations. We could just embed the funding in one of our departments, and then they hold that money. So really those are kind of the questions we want to resolve this year is, do we see the continued value in these? If we want to move it to a permanent part of our operations, do we as the department keep the money and do it, or do we look at a grant support to an outside agency?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris? Just a second.
Looking at your Intelli, following up on the mayor's question, the Intelli temporary support position is effectively a change management initiative. Would you not agree?
At a high level, that through your worship to Councillor Harris, at a high level, yes, very much so. But this position would also actually roll up their sleeves and get into the data and do some of the cleanup. So it is a little bit more than that.
Yeah, okay, and I can appreciate that. But anytime you're implementing software change or system change as a result of a tool implementation or change, ultimately it comes down to how people grasp that. So I'm curious about the person you bring in. Are you looking at a skill set that ultimately understands the fact that change management is a structured process that ultimately needs to kind of unfold in a logical way? Are you looking for that skill set, or is this just a kind of an administrative position in that context?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, it is absolutely one of the key pieces we want to, I was going to say, a skill set or at least a process in place to support that. It will be, the emphasis I think will be on the understanding of the system to help with those corrections. We are looking to, if we move forward, to set up a committee that would help with that change management of basically some guidance and putting those other kind of processes in place. Because you're right, that is critical. I think it's one of the things we recognize from the initial rollout is that, and again, partially just due to timing, not having those things fully established led us to being where we are, so we want to correct that.
Yeah, I hope so. Second question, following up from the mayor, is obviously looking at truth and reconciliation, which I think we all fully support. But I ask, what are the key performance indicators you're using to determine that we're actually achieving positive outcomes in that regard? I mean, we've got the land acknowledgement that the mayor reads out every day. And I ask, when are we not going to be reading something like that because it becomes endemic to the way we operate? We respect and we recognize that. So what are you doing in relation to, as we do that, what are the key performance indicators so we can actually measure how we're achieving positive outcomes?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, that's a great question. There are the things that you identified, such as the acknowledgement, even the addition of the permanent flags, that don't necessarily allow us to monitor change. They're indications of change, I would say. I think we would look at things like our continued engagement or participation at the different cultural and awareness events to see if there continues to be an appetite for whatever reason people choose to come out to the events, whether that's to support or if it's to learn or it's just to be educated. Looking at attendance is one of the things we would definitely look at. And then it gets a little more difficult from a performance measure at a community level without doing some kind of engagement directly with them to see if people are acknowledging some kind of change in either awareness or behavior. So that would be something we'd have to give more thought to.
Well, personally, that would be something that I would find of interest in relation to how we can indicate that we are achieving a positive outcome in that regard. And whether it's engaging with a broad cross-section of the community or a broad cross-section of the Indigenous people in our community that can actually say, yeah, you're hitting the mark here. That means something to me specifically and more importantly, generally. So I would strongly suggest that that's something that I think is important going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Noyen, you're next.
Yeah, just on the truth and reconciliation proposal. So $5,000 is proposed to be ongoing. What would that cover if 35 wasn't in the budget, seen as that it's ongoing?
Through your worship to Councillor Noyen, the 5,000 is really intended for staff training or training for any city staff overall. So the blanket exercises we've held over the past year or training about land acknowledgement or cultural awareness things, those are all the things that would be covered by that training budget. The reason we want to integrate it now is because we feel that we want to essentially that's is something we're recommended be a permanent part of our process going forward. And that $5,000 is to support all city staff. So any members of any department would actually be taking this training would support their training in that regard.
Okay, so and what exactly does that pay for? Is that an external consultant, like training sessions from an external? Okay.
Through your worship, Councilor Noyen, yes, that's exactly what it would. That could be us bringing a consultant to do a specialized training for us, or it could be if there's other organizations that provide training around truth and reconciliation, it could be to fund those positions, like fund our staff to be able to take that training online or other aspects.
Right, okay. And I have a follow-up question on truth and reconciliation. Do we have an idea, this might not be a question for you, but do we have an idea of expenditure on truth and reconciliation initiatives outside of the culture and recreation proposal, like such as oral history? I'm not sure what else that we've covered here in the last year.
Mr. Fleming, do you have that?
Through your worship, I can see if Ms. Duguid-Smith has more information, because I think that probably is the only other expense that I can think of off the top of my head is the work we've done on the
through your worship, yes, the urban forest engagement and protection plan did include an oral history, but the vast majority of that project was funded by the federal government, and we were able to get that federal funding because of the commitments to the Indigenous engagement. So
okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Hello, thanks for your presentation. Couple of questions, and not to pick on one, but this seems to be a little easier to separate out because cost recovery to me is always something I look at. But child minding, we're only like cost recovery is like 20%, 8-3. So we're subsidizing it quite a bit. I'd almost like to see maybe a separate program where maybe if it's low income necessary, but that we get a little more cost recovery on that. Would that be possible, or what's the justification?
Through your worship, the Council Blizzard, believe our recreation access program would actually support low income people who would want to use this program, or so technically there's something that helps with that. So yes, we could look at that a little more closely to see what proportion of the users of this program actually are supported by that program as well, to get a full understanding about the cost implications.
Okay.
And I think next year, as we continue to go through the fees and charges update and look at that outcome focus that it has, as well as some of the other criteria, we will look to see if there needs to be further adjustments there.
Okay.
But yeah, absolutely, looking at other support programs can be part of that review.
Okay. And on the same page, down at the very bottom, just above the totals, is community organization development. It's got a position, 8.8 of a position. It's got, quite the expenses, but in the note 28, it just mentions the Bruderheim Arena agreement. So what else is in there that I'm missing?
Yeah, so primarily that's related to a position that supports our sport and recreation groups. As well as our tourism grant is the individual who supports that as well. And then also related, so that's the bulk of the personnel piece. There's a little bit of my time in there as well in terms of working with our groups. And then the other costs, the non-personnel, are primarily, if I recall correctly, and you can clarify if I'm wrong, Shannon, also our grants to the group. So like our tourism grant.
Oh, that's included in there.
As well as the
Okay.
Bruderheim $5,000 piece, that's embedded in that as well.
And then what's our $6,000 revenue on there?
6,000. Oh.
That would be grant coming in from somewhere to support that area. It's okay. You know what? You can send it to me later. It's just more curious.
It'll come to me because it did stand out to me as well.
Okay, and I have more questions.
Mr. Fleming?
Well, 5,000 of it is the revenue we get from Bruderheim, right? I don't know what the other.
No, we pay Bruderheim. We don't get revenue from them. We pay them for the access to their arena, so that wouldn't
You're
go
correct.
under there.
I was going the wrong way there.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all for now, but I'll come back.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. On the same page, Brad, I ask this on this line every year, and I'm going to tell you I don't understand it. Line 2, for programs we manage, Theater and Performing Arts Center rental. I do not understand how our personnel costs can be double the program revenue. I do not understand how it takes 5.64 full-time equivalents to manage $240,000 worth of rentals.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly. So a significant portion of that is our custodians. Every time we have an event, we have to have them in there to clean it, as well as the actual staffing associated with the event. So this is where there's the combination of my department staff working with grants staff to deliver these programs. So that's a portion of those personnel costs. I think I might have that's not the correct form. But so that's where we kind of get to those numbers is, and in this case, oh, and sorry, the other piece that's not necessarily obvious is also the operators from grants area. So for the building envelope maintenance is also included that as well.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The building envelope. So essentially this cost includes the custodians to clean, but also any operators to do any kind of the maintenance on the actual building itself is captured in that dollar amount as well. So that's not just specifically running the event, that is maintaining the building and running the event.
The entire building?
The Shell Theater portion of the building. These, through your worship to Councillor Kelly. And so that's not unique just to the Shell Theater program. That's also what we've done with our, as I mentioned earlier, the recreation, fitness, wellness, and sport spontaneous use. That also covers not only custodian, but maintaining that area of the building from the envelope as well.
Okay, I assume that when you do your fee review in the coming year, you'll look at that as well.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, absolutely.
Thank you. One more. I'd like to look at the fees and charges schedules, in particular 8, 20, and 21 on your package. And I'm just going to pick out a couple lines. I know I'm supposed to ask questions only, Mayor Catcher, but it would seem to me that part of the problem with, come on, is that I don't know why we need such a vast array of different similar fees. So I'll leave it at that. But let's look and let's pick something for discussion. I had it. Give me a second, please. Youth, senior, there we are. Okay. So Harbor Pool, 1 month pass for a senior, and I'm a senior, that's why I looked at this particular one, is proposed to be $40. And yet a senior can get a combined pass, the multi-facility pass, for $47.14. Now, if I read that correctly, a senior then for $47 per month can have unlimited use of the DCC facilities and the Harbor Pool facilities. And if that's the case, could you please explain to me the rationale for that fee? And this is just an example.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So I think part of the costing for that is giving consideration to how much is an additional cost related to using both facilities as opposed to one, as this gives access only to spontaneous use. And if you want to get into specific details, I may call up one of my team to help break it down. But this is part of the work that we actually started when we started to look at other multi-purpose facilities that offer a number of different things, like in Strathcona County, to see what number would we get to in terms of providing an overall facility pass cost. And it's not as simple as saying, well, if it costs $40 at the Harbor Pool and it costs $30, we'll just charge them $70. Well, that is not the route that we've chosen to take to look at the value of these costs, because there's a recognition of trying to, again, look at the affordability of such a pass. And part of that value is given by, if they do a monthly pass, it becomes cheaper than an individual one. So there is an element of that involved. But it also is just trying to find a fair balance in terms of the costs related to the opportunities in both facilities. If you want to get into like the specifics, I can call up a team member to help with that.
We don't need the specifics today, but I'm going to ask you to provide those to council sometime in the future when you have a moment. Mayor Katz, I'd like, if possible, to do a follow-up question to that response. If not, I can wait.
Okay, do your follow-up, and then I'm going to move on.
Fair enough. Thank you. So just on that same line, Brad, a senior proposed to pay $5.71 for a single admission to Harbor Pool for next year. And yet the monthly pass for both facilities is projected at $47.14. So encourage you, please, in your response. I don't expect you to answer today, but when you get back to council with the prior request, could you please give a little more color on the rationale that leads to a discount of that significance?
Mr. Fleming, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, and to your worship, I will commit the staff to doing a follow-up just to make sure we get it right. I can only answer from, and it's been 13 or 14 years since I was in this world, but the rationale broadly as to why municipalities have gone pretty well, all of us now offer these multi-facility passes. I think the principle behind it is that it's assumed that somebody is going to recreate for a certain number of times per month. So let's say you build the passes on the assumption that somebody's going to come twice a week. The idea with the multi-facility pass isn't that now they've got access to 2 facilities, they're going to come 4 times a week. It's that now they've got access to 2 different facilities, they would still come twice a week. They might go to one facility one day, they might do their dryland workout, and then they might go to the pool the second time. So yes, the pass costs more because you do get access to more and you may recreate more often. But the idea is generally that you come up with a fee that sort of splits between the two and they would still recreate the same number of times. So the person's, they're getting more value in terms of getting more choice, but they don't necessarily put more onus on the municipality to host them more times. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but yeah, I might not have done a good job of explaining it, but.
I'll come back, Mayor Catcher. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abatoye. Whoops, sorry. Can you push your button again? Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. I'd just like to revisit the Intelli support position. And my question is, why can't this position be housed in the portfolio of the IT department? And I understand you said that they already provide you support in the back end, but the reason I'm raising this question is that I know you've said that this is a specialized skill position. However, it seems to me like it's going to be an ongoing thing, that you're going to need that support on an ongoing basis and not just a 1 year term. So I guess my question is, how do you plan to deal with this 1 year out?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, that's a great question. We've given a lot of thought, and I think this actually complements the question Councillor Harris asked about the change management. Mm-hmm. It's how well do we set up the systems to support our staff, essentially the users, the front end users of the thing, so that they have the skills, knowledge, and resources in case there are questions to be able to continue to use it in the best way forward. That's one of the reasons we wanted a full year, even though some of the work is done earlier. What we'd like to do is build in time that we actually have up to 3 months at least of use of the system, so we could actually go on and do a bit of an audit to ensure all the things we say should be done are actually being done. And so that's kind of based on the business rules. If they're supposed to set up or determine a program goes a certain way or set it up a certain way, we would actually want to go back after we've enacted these rules a couple months later to see if that's consistently being done by everyone still. And so that's part of our change management. So the goal is that we produce enough process, documentation, and potentially, for lack of a better word, a help team to support those, especially when we have staff turnover, because that's where we do realize that's the greatest strain, is if you haven't been using the system and you're getting introduced to a new one, you do need more support. So that's the goal of this, would be to try and create process rather than a position to support us going forward.
Okay. Thank you. And just to my next question on truth and reconciliation. So it seems like the 35,000 is going to be used to organize events. So like things like National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So I guess my question on that is a plan to then back out from organizing these events after 2024? Or are there other grants funding we can apply for as a city that's not MSI grants?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, really good question. With regards to grants, there's probably two things. There's what's the city could potentially apply for, but it also with, if we continue or as we partner with the Indigenous Society and they get more established, that they may be able to go out and actually identify other external grants that may be able to support these things as well. So that's part of the conversation we want to have this year. While they were established last year as an organization, they're still a relatively young one, and there are a lot of complexities with the finances and being able to support or attract not only grants but other sponsors from the community. And so we really want to help them to be set up for success early on and not be totally reliant on those, because we've kind of established a high level or I think a very good level in terms of those supports, and we want to make sure it doesn't dramatically decrease if the city does look to draw back funding without giving them the opportunity to replace it.
So is this, can I ask my follow-up question, please? Thank you. So is it, so the city will continue to support you, like organizing this event? So it's like the city is going to be like, okay, Indigenous Society take over and we're just going to hands off.
Through your worship, the Council Abitai, no, that's very much a discussion we want to have, is how do we move that going forward? That's a real focus of 2024, is to try and get some of those or have those conversations and see how we best want to do it. And if the city wants to continue to stay very active, then again, as I alluded to earlier, that may determine where those funds go in terms of whether it's us or a grant.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're on to round 2, and I'm going to go to my question number 3 that I saved. I know we say we're in year 3 of Truth and Reconciliation, but if I recall, I think it's about 4 years since we started about talking about Truth and Reconciliation and getting into this. And I always go by who was on council of the day at the time and what the conversations were. So the question is, we were told, I'm going to say at least 3 years ago, if not 4 years ago, we needed to establish relationships, but there had been a talk of an art piece. And we said, well, why can't we do it now? And we were told, well, we need to build relationships. So we're 3 or 4 years later. Have we not built these relationships? Have we not decided to do an art piece, or has that gone by the wayside?
Through your worship, or to your worship, sorry, I don't think that the decision has been made, definitely not from an administration perspective. But I would also say I don't know if there's complete support from it from the community in terms of where resources should go. And so I guess that's a conversation we can have with them to help them understand. You know, they very much have been very clear, the events, the awareness, that's where they want the city investing. If there is other funding available for the art piece that would not impact that, I think that shapes a different conversation. So.
Okay, and Mr. Fleming, can you just confirm, I know you were here, the conversation about where the funding would come from?
Sorry, the funding for?
An art piece for the, to support the Indigenous culture?
Your worship, I don't recall us having a considered conversation about that. I know there was meant to be in the historic precinct master plan. I know there was meant to be a node for it. I don't know that we'd ever had plans for an art piece other than I think it is reflected in one of the murals downtown, and we do have the artwork on the crosswalk here out in front of City Hall. So. Okay. I may not be remembering what you're referring to. Yeah.
No, because it was said it was going to come out of a reserve account. So.
I just, sorry, okay. I don't recall us moving definitively on an art piece.
Okay. Councillor Blizzard?
A couple more little questions, and one goes to the Truth and Reconciliation ask. So we haven't had any ongoing funding there yet. This is the first, the 5,000.
Through your worship, Councillor Blizzard, yes, that's correct. Everything has been one-time funding to date.
Okay, and on 8-23, the fees for rec facilities, outdoor courts. I noticed, and again, not trying to pick on an organization, but there's a substantial either savings or were they overcharged last year for the beach volleyball court because they were at 210. Now they're going to 131. Or are we just giving them a nice break? Or...
Through your worship, the Council of Blizzard. No, when we looked at the three spaces, there was only the one fee previously for the beach volleyball. Wasn't well used. So part of it was, have we priced ourselves out of the market, as it were, that it's not affordable for some groups. The other piece is there's not an active volleyball association, beach volleyball association right now. So they're not using the facility as much as we initially or understand was originally envisioned when it was supported. So we looked at a number of different. Our costing's relatively straightforward with those because there's not a lot of personnel associated with them other than maintenance. So there isn't a huge cost or overhead. We're not heating them like we are a rec facility or those types of things. So we thought that was a cost that was relatively fair and affordable to try and elicit more groups to make use of those spaces, like to book and make use of those spaces.
Makes sense. And could we put something up there, maybe saying that, hey, if they're having a tournament, there's a notification for the public on this weekend. It's a private booking or, for all of them.
Through your worship, the Council Wizard, absolutely, yeah. If we get to that position where we are getting a lot more usage of them, absolutely, we would be very cognizant of communicating that, and we would encourage the groups to do that too. So I think pickleball last year, we had a tournament there, and yes, we were very active at trying to let them know there was a bit of a change in expectations for public access during that time.
Okay, great. I've got more, but I'll stick to my two.
Okay, Councillor Noyan.
Yeah, I'm looking at hall and facility rentals, WRE, Golf and Curling Club, Normandy Room. You have a fee for a one-day rental. A lot of these facilities are, I assume the interest is for events such as weddings or things that go past the one-day window. I know from renting halls myself that there could be a booking option for going a day and a half or something like that. I'm seeing that you don't have a fee schedule that relates to that type of booking request. Is there an appetite for, say, like a Saturday afternoon to Sunday morning type booking, or would that be encompassed within the 1 day fee?
To your worship, to Councillor Noyan, I think part of that would be addressed with. I'm just looking at the Fort Saskatchewan Community Hall just because it was the largest one.
Sure, yeah.
But at the bottom it says there's a 2-hour minimum for booking, so there is the ability to add on to a full day.
Okay, so that's usually how it's done. Yeah, hours are added to
instead of adding a complete full day or half day. There is the ability to customize it if they do need to set up the day before those types of situations.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if there was a day and a half that was considered something like that with a fee that's reflected, maybe with a lower price, that you could have more facility or filling these rentals. And I don't know if that has been requested by clients, customers.
Through your worship, the Councillor, and I think as we go into this review this year, we absolutely can take that in and consider that, as well as looking at our feedback to date on those things.
Yeah, sure.
For next year.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Sorry, Brad, I'm going to go back and beat this fee thing up just a little bit more. If I take, again, focusing on the senior fee, and it seems it's middle of the road between the full adult and the child, so it's also sort of an average fee, I would think. For pool use, I believe there's about 100,000 visits per annum to the pool. If everybody paid the full fee of $5.71, we would generate $571,000 in pool revenue. Pool costs, based on the information you just provided for Harbor Pool, are very close to $2,300,000. So if every visitor paid the $571, the community would still be subsidizing the pool very significantly. And then for the senior monthly pass, because I'm on that kick, if we take the daily rate for both facilities and multiply it by 30, comes out to $340 worth of value that we're selling to the senior for 47 bucks. In other words, 14% of the daily pass rate. I don't want an answer today, but I am putting you on the spot. I'd need to understand that. So as part of the report that Mr. Fleming assured council that we would get, could you please explain how it is that the full fare would only cover 25% of the costs to operate the building, and we choose to give that away at 14% of the full fare? I don't understand the rationale, period. I'd like to understand it, so I'll look forward to the written report. Thank you.
Okay. We'll just take that as information request. Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard, you're on round 3.
Just a couple more little ones. So I noticed going through the fees and charges, kind of went through them bit by bit. The adult summer ice is actually lower than regular season. Normally, summer ice is more costly to run, and the kids one is definitely higher cost. It was on 8-29, July, near the top here. The second line down, summer ice adult rate. It's not a ton lower, but is there any justification? Do we not get much? We're trying to encourage some rental.
Through your worship, the council. Sorry, could you repeat the page number again?
8-28.
Okay.
Right near the top, under July 1st to August 31st, there's the summer ice youth, summer ice adult rate. And the adult rate, when I compared it to regular winter ice, was actually cheaper for adults. So just normally summer ice is pricier.
Through your worship, the council visit. Again, we can continue to look at that for next year. But one of the things is that, well, there is competition for summer ice, definitely. It is not nearly as competitive as it was, or as it is, sorry, for seasonal ice, or during the season ice. Essentially, there's higher market costs during the fall when everyone wants ice, so they're willing to pay more. We still have a pretty healthy rental in the spring, but the competition is not nearly as much as
for adults anyways.
Yeah.
Yes, I see the kids is higher, but the adults, it just seemed odd that it was not a ton, but a little lower.
They, through your worship to council visit, they also do not get great ice times.
I know that. I'm quite familiar.
Yes, our priority is to get kids on the ice, and so they get generally preference in terms of access to the ice, which is the prime times. And so adults also, those programs all get filled before we offer up ice to the adults to even utilize. So they're usually getting later times or no times in prime time and getting that 10 plus. So it is partially about how attractive the ice is.
Okay, and summer maybe the adults are out at the lake instead. The kids are still out there learning their skills. And one more on page 8-29, it's the whole top section, and I only asked this because I went through that, and there's absolutely no adjustments, or was there one? Nope, on the Fort Heritage precinct fees.
There were a couple. I can find my cheat sheet, but otherwise, but there were only a few, and I think there's
just specialty tour. Why would we not increase that a touch like we do everything else, cost of living at least?
I believe the specialty was supposed to be increased because partially, sorry, let me find my notes so I'm not making it up.
Nope, it's a new fee, the specialty tour admission, but every other fee was the same, no change at all.
So yeah, the specialty tour fee were introduced, and sorry, I'm just looking through. Oh yeah, yes, you are correct. Sorry, that's the only one that was changed. So basically, again, looking at our inflationary pressures for our public programs are essentially staff costs, a little bit on the utilities, but that's split amongst a couple programs, although they weren't impacted as much as obviously our larger facilities. So yeah, when we reviewed them and then what other programs cost for museums, we didn't see a major discrepancy to address in our review. That may change again as we go into the implementing the new policy. There could be some changes there based on the additional considerations we have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kelly, round 3.
You bet, thank you. Brad, it might have been you, it might have been Mr. Fleming, I'm not sure, but one of you made reference to the fact that if we increase the fees or made the monthly pass higher, that it might not be affordable. My question is, I guess there's going to be 2 questions built into this. Do you have proof that it's not affordable, or could it be that the consumer just decides it's not of value?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, that is a really good question and distinction between the two. I would say it's probably more about a question about would they value it at the same cost given what other facilities or opportunities they have available to them.
Or whether or not they want to have a steak tonight. Yes. Thank you.
Fair. Yes.
Okay, that looks like all the questions. You never want to be the first one. So thank you very much for all your insight as to what's going on. And we will move on to community grants and programs. Mr. Kaiser, do we know what time lunch is going to be? Just so that I'm...
It actually has arrived, but I feel that we could go ahead with this presentation.
Okay,
It'd be fine.
I don't think this one should take too long, so we will break after community grants.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jennifer Hoyer. I am the Director of Family and Community Support Services. With me to assist with questions is Brad Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation Services. I'm here today to present the information received through the 2024 Grants to Organizations application process, which can be found in Section 19 of the budget document. All the grant applications have been reviewed based on eligibility as per the policy, using the criteria of completeness of the application, viability of the initiative, benefits of the initiative, need in the community, need for funding assistance, and in-kind support the organizations receive from the city. Of the 17 applications received, 13 have been recommended for funding. Of the 4 not recommended, 2 did not have adequate plans, 1 has been supported by another city grant, and 1 did not establish need. The 2024 grant applications range from $2,500 to $165,000. Several of the 2024 requests included large inflationary increases. The panel reviewed the requests and applied a 10% increase to those that establish need. Partial funding has been recommended for several applicants to ensure a variety of funded opportunities and support organizations in seeking alternative grant funding. 4 organizations applied for multi-year funding in response to the changes made to the policy and procedure earlier this year. All have been recommended. Other city grant programs will see an increase of $2,000 from last year due to the recommended increase in funds for the Access for Everyone program. The Fort Saskatchewan Public Library is requesting an increase of $33,000 to the local appropriation. Economic Development has proposed the Business Support Fund remain $85,000 for 2024. And lastly, the city provides an annual contribution of $5,000 to the town of Bruderheim's Carol Mashmeyer Arena. That concludes my presentation, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to questions. So I'm going to ask the first. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Macon.
I could have waited.
No, it's okay.
Thanks for your presentation. Can you just refresh my memory? What is the criteria for FCSS funding that we use to help decide what's going to be funded that way?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon, thank you for the question. FCSS funding, for the applications to meet our criteria, it needs to be in prevention services. So we wouldn't fund things that are looking at things that are more intervention type services. For example, our family violence coordinator. As well, they need to be things that aren't already funded by the same ministry. Okay. So those are the two things that we look at most wholesomely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the question, whoops, I'm sorry, I just turned you off. So the question that I have when I look at the list of the applicants, so the top 1, 2, 3, 4 are basically partners. And then we get into our nonprofit agencies that start making their applications. And I've noticed that there's some that are frequent flyers every year. Is there ever going to be a time that we say, well, you're no longer a line item? Because I know, like with the Dow Community Grant, I think you can only apply once every 2 or 3 years. You know, you have to have some of your own foundation for having your organization. So I guess that's the question that I ask every year. Haven't made any progress, but I'm going to keep asking.
To your worship, thank you for the question. Certainly, if it's the wish of council, we can evaluate administration can evaluate the policy to look at things like different streams within the funding and whether there should be maximums for the amount of applications that are serving what appears to be the same need.
Okay, and I noticed on the Robin Hood one, is that the last year they'll be asking for funding for their request?
To your worship, again, the policy doesn't state that they can't ask for that again, but their application has stated that they feel that we've only recommended them for partial funding, okay, and if they should be able to get all the funding by funding matching or seeking that somewhere else, that they would be up to where they need to be.
Okay, and I only asked that because that was for the sledge hockey once again. Okay. Okay, I will leave it with that, and I don't see any additional questions, so thank you for your patience. You've sat here a long time for 2 days to get there for your 5 minutes, so thank you very much. So with that, we will take a recess. We've kind of agreed to, I think, 45 minutes, so that would be 12:15. We're good with that? Okay, so we will go to recess. All right, thank you. Okay, the time is 12:15, so we're going to get going. So with that, we will be starting with the next item, number 6, financial reserves and life cycle requests.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer for the City, and I'm here to provide an overview of the City's financial reserves, which are detailed in Section 21 of the budget document. In addition, I'll be presenting 5 operating budget requests, 4 for the consolidated life cycle projects, and 1 for the reserves contribution increase. At the conclusion of my presentation, directors and I are available to answer questions.
Okay.
The City's financial reserves are managed according to the Financial Reserves Policy, FIN 21-C, updated as of March 2023. The policy provides consistent standards and guidelines for the management of existing reserves and for the establishment of new reserves. The policy also establishes optimal balances for certain reserves to ensure sustainability of the funds to meet future needs. Optimal balances are reviewed and calculated each year as part of the annual budget process. The proposed 2024 operating budget includes reserve transactions such as ongoing contributions from operations, interest allocations, and reserve withdrawals. Regular reserve contributions ensure that the reserves have adequate funding available to meet future requirements, stabilize fluctuations in operating and capital activities, and provide contingency funding in the event of an emergency or unforeseen event. Certain reserves are interest-bearing and are therefore allocated a portion of interest based on their average balances and return on investments. Reserve withdrawals are approved by Council and provide funding for operating programs and capital projects needed for service delivery. Reserves fall into 2 reporting categories. Internally restricted reserves are those limited in use by internal city policy, and externally restricted reserves are those with allowable uses determined by an authority other than the city. This chart, which is included in the budget document on page 21-2, compares the 2024 forecast uncommitted ending balances by reserve category to their respective optimal balances. The city is forecasting uncommitted financial reserve balances of $49.8 million for 2024, which includes $41.4 million in internally restricted reserves and $8.4 million in externally restricted reserves. The 2024 optimal balance for all internally restricted reserves is $39.9 million. As the chart indicates, the stabilization and contingency reserves are below their optimal balances. Reserves within this category, including the snow removal reserve, do not receive annual contributions, but rather are funded through surplus distributions. The projects reserves category includes the municipal and utilities operating projects reserves, future facilities operating reserve, capital projects reserve, and the land purchases reserve. This category is forecast to exceed its recommended optimal balance, which is primarily due to the capital projects reserve. Its optimal balance is based on a 5-year historical average of total capital projects funded by the reserve, which for the past 5 years has been quite low. The infrastructure lifecycle reserves make up the largest category of financial reserves and receive annual ongoing contributions from operations to help meet future requirements for the expansion, replacement, refurbishment, and maintenance of municipal and utilities infrastructure and equipment. This category is slightly below its combined optimal balances, but is subject to a multi-year plan to increase lifecycle reserve contributions to help achieve optimal balances over time. And finally, the specific purpose and restricted reserve categories are forecast to be very close to their optimal balances for 2024. For a detailed summary of reserve balances and forecasts, please refer to pages 21-5 and 21-6 in the budget document. So next, I will present 4 consolidated lifecycle projects requests for projects which are funded by the infrastructure lifecycle reserves. Details on these can be found in section 21, pages 7 to 13. The consolidated lifecycle requests are part of the city's equipment lifecycle replacement program and include projects that are repair and maintenance in nature with no impact to service levels or operating costs. Project 74-0080, Shell Theatre Lifecycle Ticketing Services Hardware for $8,000 is to be funded from the Culture, Equipment and Exhibits Reserve. The current ticketing services hardware at the Shell Theatre is due for replacement in 2024. Timely replacement of the hardware will ensure efficient ticketing services for theatre patrons and for those attending community events, as well as supporting facility rentals and seasonal programs. Project 74-0110, Fort Heritage Precinct interpretive signs for $50,000 to be funded from the Culture, Equipment and Exhibits Reserve. This project sees the design and production of 5 large updated interpretive panels for the permanent exhibit in the Northwest Mounted Police Fort Stable. As part of the city's commitment to truth and reconciliation, these interpretive panels will be produced in collaboration with an Indigenous consultant to update the narrative and language of the exhibit to better reflect the region's complex history. Project 72-0158, Harbor Pool Equipment Lifecycle Replacement for $60,400 to be funded from the Harbor Pool Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve. For 2024, 2 replacement projects are planned for the Harbor Pool. First, as part of the city's phased approach to maintaining the integrity of the pool's structural concrete, near-term concrete repairs to the basement will be completed to waterproof and protect the area at a cost of $42,400. And secondly, the main pump, which functions to ensure circulation of the main pool, is due for replacement at a cost of $18,000. The pump has been serviced and repaired on a regular basis, but is now at risk of failure, which could cause flooding and damage to the other pool systems and equipment. Project 72-0232, Taurus Field Artificial Turf Maintenance Lifecycle Replacement for $25,500 to be funded from the DCC Infrastructure and Equipment Reserve. For 2024, the artificial turf at Taurus Field is due for preventative maintenance. Regular maintenance every 3 to 4 years helps extend the useful life of the artificial turf and helps to ensure its ongoing safety and performance levels. The last item I have is operating budget request 12-0161, reserves contribution increase, and that starts on page 21-15 in the budget document. The financial reserves policy establishes optimal balances for specific reserves. These optimal balances ensure that adequate funds are set aside to support growth, maintain the city's equipment and infrastructure inventory, and provide a funding source for one-time projects. The operating budget includes annual transfers to the infrastructure lifecycle reserves. These reserves fund the costs of repair, lifecycle replacement, and or upgrades to equipment and infrastructure, and require additional ongoing contributions to ensure their sustainability. The newly established municipal and utilities operating projects reserves allocate resources for one-time operating projects such as plans, studies, surveys, etc. The infrastructure lifecycle reserves and the operating projects reserves were reviewed in relation to their respective optimal balances, current equipment and infrastructure replacement costs, and particular circumstances. And based on that review, administration is recommending an increase to the annual reserve contributions of approximately $1.4 million in total, including roughly $0.2 million from operations funded through property taxes and approximately $1.2 million from utility rates. Details of the proposed reserve contribution increases are included in the budget request. And with that, that concludes my presentation of the financial reserves. The directors and I would be happy to answer questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open it up to questions. Councillor Harris, you're first.
This is a question relative to the artificial turf maintenance. Respecting the fact that we have an artificial surface there, had there ever been consideration of moving away from this type of field surface and just going to a grass turf? And does that make any sense as opposed to having, and maintaining that as opposed to having to maintain a plastic surface, if you will? That's probably Brad, I would imagine.
Through your worship to Councillor Harris. That hasn't been something we've thought about at this time just because of how substantial the initial investment was in the artificial turf. It would probably, I think it would make sense to get the full life out of it before we looked at deciding if we'd want to move back to a natural turf or maintaining an artificial one. Just from the perspective of the initial cost to go back to natural would be so much more. I think it would actually be maybe 3 to 4 maintenance fees associated with it.
And I totally get that. Is that something, though, that you would park in from an asset management standpoint? You reach a point where you say, hey, we're going to have X to do this whole thing. And so in that, other than annual maintenance, which ultimately I guess this is, that you actually then do a cost-benefit analysis on a different type of structure?
Through your worship, to Councillor Harris. Yeah, absolutely. As it gets closer to end of life, that would for sure be something that should be continued.
When's that likely to be?
Not probably, so those two, I think just another decade? Yeah, approximately a decade.
So
it's not around the corner.
None of us will be here at that point in time, so it's somebody else's problem is what you're telling me. That's fine. I'm just kidding. Okay, you answered my question. That's all I needed.
Well, we hope some of them will be here.
Well, I hope.
Okay, Councillor Macon.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
No problem. On your list of items for life cycle replacement requests, have all of those items reached their expected life cycle, or are any of them requiring early replacement?
Through your worship to Councillor Macon. So these would be different from capital projects that are going to be replaced because they're due to their end of their useful life. These would be more maintenance type, like in terms of the artificial turf. This is necessary to extend the life or
so it isn't necessarily something we plan for?
I think most of them are on a schedule, like a separate maintenance schedule, and it would be part of, as Councillor Harris says, part of an asset management program, but this would focus on the maintenance and repairs aspect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, thank you. Very basic question, detail a little bit, only because I was taken a bit by surprise when I read the number. On 2116, transit equipment, you make the statement that the current replacement value of transit equipment inventory, excluding the buses, is approximately $887,000. That number surprises me. So.
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, the list of items for that 886,980 includes bus shelters, heated, non-heated bus shelters. We have a few. The main one is your bus shelters at Torres Field as well, so at 367. And then we have some bus stops, and also when we add up all the equipment for Smart Fare, then it's all part of that. You do the total, you had 800.
Thank you, Richard. I didn't imagine the bus shelters as being equipment. I get your response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next on the speaking order. So the question that I have reserving with regards to utility rate. So you're proposing to have an additional $1,181,000 go into reserves. Is that what I'm reading correct?
To your worship, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I guess my question is, we've got some fairly substantial increases in utilities this year. Is there not an opportunity to reduce the amount that we're putting into reserves, spread that over maybe a couple of years so that we don't have to have quite substantial tax or increases to the rates?
Your Worship, that is what administration would recommend should council wish to reduce the impact on utility ratepayers. It is an option, and we can make that calculation if you have a certain increased goal in mind for utility rates. I would say it's not recommended just based on the planned withdrawals from our reserve in the near future.
So just hypothetically, if council were to say, well, we didn't want to have quite as much of an increase on the utility rates, what would you deem as reasonable? I've got Mr. Fleming's light behind you.
Sorry, Your Worship, I just feel I need to help on this one too because I did make the final call, so I better own it. We could do a calculation. We would just, it would be more or less arbitrary if we want to put less into the reserve and use some of the savings that we realize to reduce the rates. We'd have to do a bit of a calculation here to determine what that actual impact would be to the customer. The recommendation that we had, if we sort of look at this, at the utility rates in two different ways. There's what's happening on the outside world. What are we being charged by the commissions for services and by our waste contractor? And then what are our internal costs? And we realized some savings with our external vendors for waste management and for water. And the utility reserve has been underfunded, I think, for as long as I've been here. And we just thought there was this really great opportunity to get ourselves caught up. And then when you look at the possibility of constructing a new water line as being one example, that we're going to have some obligations coming up, and it would be good to at least get the reserves up to their optimal balance. So that's why we recommended the way we did. But if council does want to take some of the sting out of the utility rate increases, then yes, we could reduce the contribution and if you want to do a resolution and send us away to work on that, we could probably bring something back for debate either on November 28th or I don't know that we could do that now. That seems a little bit involved to me, but.
Okay. Well, I'm going to just wait and see where anybody else is at with that. It just seems like a substantial amount. Councillor Abatoye?
Thank you. So just on that, the utility reserve, so does this increase take us to our optimal balance, or do we expect more increases in the following years?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I believe this year's contribution does bring us close to our current optimal balance. We do have some planned withdrawals happening in early 2024 that would then drop that down again. Ms. Andruko can correct me if I'm wrong.
The optimal balance could also change based on contributed assets that we get from the developers. Mm-hmm. So if we get significant, let's say in 2024, we will still have to keep putting more money away.
Right. Okay. But this takes us to the optimal balance.
Really close, yes.
Okay. Okay, it's okay. Thank you. My second question is, I know we haven't done our financials for 2023, but what is the surplus for 20? What's that looking like? Do we have an estimate? What does that look like? Because that's going to be going to the financial stabilization reserve, and we're underfunded by 3.9 million. What does that surplus look like?
I might have to defer what the surplus looks like to Mr. Eamon, but I'm not anticipating surplus in operations. But there will likely be surplus in utilities, so that would go to the reserve as well.
We will go to utility reserves,
yes.
Right? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, just, back to utility rates. Was there a calculation done for average impact to household for the increase in transfer to reserves for utility rate revenue? I did some quick math, and I think it's about $112 over the course of the annum. Is that correct? Repeat the question.
Can you restate your question?
Yeah, fair. Just the increase to reserve transfers for utility rate revenue. I'm wondering what the average cost per household would look like for that increase.
Just on the reserve increase?
Yes.
At the moment, I don't really have that offhand. That's something that we could provide.
It might be significant to know. I think I'd be inclined as well to discuss a hybrid funding model for this as well.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Fleming. I know I've asked you at least twice in the last year or 6 months when we anticipate the neighborhood revitalization study, and it sticks in my mind. It's not the real question. It sticks in my mind that you hinted that the annual funding for that program would have to increase, and my memory is by like $5 million a year. Is that close, and when can we expect that study, and what are your thoughts?
Your worship, Mr. Schaefer's in the room. Actually, with the directors going back and forth, perhaps he wants to answer directly. I think I know the answer, but
Okay.
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, we're expecting to be able to present that study to Council in January, February timeframes of 2024. In terms of the amount, if I use today's funding to where we say we need to be, it's about 4 million, which is, I think, what our original, close to what we were originally trying to get to as we've been stepping it up over the last few years.
And an increase of 4 million per annum. So would it make sense to, rather than increase our reserves, to put it toward that funding, knowing that it's coming at us as soon as next year?
So through your worship, I think that's definitely an option. Our thought with this savings that we are recommending going to reserves is that it would go to reserves for 2024, and then that gets us up to our optimal balance with reserves themselves. And then next year, we would have the ability to do something else with that contribution, like contribute it towards neighborhood rehab, or potentially use it to offset the cost of constructing a new water line. So keeping the money within the system right now seemed to be the better alternative, respecting the fact that I know rates are going up, and it's not an easy thing for the citizens and business owners to manage, but we do have future obligations that are essentially known. So,
okay, thanks, Troy.
Thank you. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, further to the utilities discussion, so, Mr. Fleming, are you going to be taking this back for information? And if not, I think I would like to flag this for future discussion for a hybrid model of funding for the proposed increase.
yeah, so through your worship, I think that's a good idea. If you want to flag it, I'm pretty confident we're going to be here on Thursday, right? That's our next budget meeting. So maybe what we can do between now and Thursday is actually do a couple scenario calculations too. Like, what if we reduce the contribution by half and that went back to utility rates? What would that do to the utility rate increase? Something we could do. We could work the numbers a little bit, and then that would give you something to debate when it comes back as a flag.
Okay.
You want to put it on as a flag?
I'll put it on as a flag. Yeah.
Is there any objections? Not seeing any. That one will be flagged. Okay. Is there anything else on this one? Doesn't appear to be. So, okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so this will take us into, just give me a second here. Okay. This will take us into flagged items and council discussion and direction. So with this, the item, we did receive a listing of the items. So with that, the person who put the item on can bring it forward and make a brief comment. If you wish, you may ask additional questions. If you wish, you may put a motion on to initiate discussion and debate, and we will go from there. All right, so I know I'm on here for several, and if I put any motions on, I will turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Blizzard, and then we will try and coordinate between our two systems here. So with that, the first item is all new staff position requests, and I would refer everybody to page 22-3 in your folder, in your binder. If you have a binder, that's the page number. Oh, right. And
I think you could take a shot at getting the first one in, and then we would just have to stop for our 1 p.m.
Okay, yeah, just give me about a 5-minute break before that if I'm not paying attention. Okay, so we'll start and we'll see where we go from there. Okay, so this was my item, so I will turn the chair over to Deputy Mayor Blizzard. And just speaking to this one, I always like to see the all of the requests in front of us at one time, so that if we have any conversations, we can have the discussion and debate of all of them at one time. For myself, I do have two that I would like to put on the table for discussion and debate. So I will put a motion on for the first one, and I will go to people afterwards and see if anybody else has anyone before I take a second round on this. So on project 120238, Manager of Sustainability, I would like to make a motion to remove that one from the budget. Okay, I'll leave you live.
All right. I'll accept that motion. And do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I do. I think we're we're already in a position right now where we're starting to see rates go up. I know the city's growing, and I know this is a new initiative, but I'm not totally confident that it's something that we need to do this year. So that's my my comment. I know, and I'm interested to hear from the rest of council on what they think of this one. But that would be my motion. Would be to remove this one from 2024 budget.
All right. The floor is open for discussion and debate. Nope, I can't move them.
You just state their name and I'll touch the button.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes, thank you. I think the title was Sustainability and Environmental. Wasn't that the case?
Through your worship, could you repeat that?
The title for the position was Manager of Environmental and Sustainability, or the other way around.
It's Manager of Sustainability.
Okay, and then part of that portfolio, though, was the description I recall, and I was trying to find it as Mayor Katcher introduced it, talked about environmental work. Is my memory correct, at least on that part?
Yes, that's correct.
Convince me that there's enough environmental work that needs even a half-time person, please.
I think, and I'm going to repeat myself a little bit from last week, if that's okay. As I stated last week, it's a big umbrella term, sustainability. It's often overwhelming, and some of the initiatives that we see aren't very effective, and I will admit that. Where I feel Fort Saskatchewan can really excel in this area is with this climate change adaptation piece, which again I spoke to last week. There's a lot of unknowns. With sustainability, knowledge is power, especially when it comes to climate change. We want to be prepared for what's coming, and we only know what's coming if we can spend the time to learn that information, to go through the data that's specific to our community, to take a critical look at our operations, see where we are, what we need to do to be more resilient. So that's one component of it. The ask not only elaborates on that climate change mitigation piece, but it points out, emissions reduction. So the climate change mitigation piece is the emissions reduction piece. So there's a lot of opportunity there. I know our facilities team has been amazing over the years, and every time we need something replaced, they choose an energy efficient option. And we've seen savings from that. But we haven't had a dedicated position to really move that forward. If grant opportunities arise, Fort Saskatchewan has not been in a position to take advantage of them because we haven't had a dedicated resource who can kind of combine this data and put together a good grant application to get that funding. So there is a lot of funding that we would be able to access if we had a dedicated, knowledgeable resource. There's also the community aspect. So again, the budget request in front of you focuses on community initiatives. Fort Saskatchewan is one of the only communities in the region who doesn't offer a clean energy improvement program. That's a kind of a financing program that's funded or administered by Alberta municipalities, funded by the province. And it's essentially, if somebody, a homeowner in Fort Saskatchewan, wanted to get all new windows and upgrade their insulation to be more energy efficient, they could fund all of that through this financing program. So that is one thing that I believe is useful that other communities have implemented. It's a bylaw that would need to be passed through the municipality. Another thing that other communities have done is like take-home energy efficiency toolkits. So the municipalities have put together a toolkit with anything that you would need to measure energy efficiency, water efficiency in your home. It's a free rental from their library, take home for residents free of charge, and then they can take the initiative to get those projects up and running. Water conservation in drought conditions. Is Fort Saskatchewan prepared to, manage limited water into our community, things like that? So right now, I understand the concern. And again, I'm going to repeat what I said last week, is that this is kind of a long-term game. It's, yes, we can do things that we can measure immediate benefit, but the real benefit of this position and the work that this position will do will be seen in 20, 30, 40 years.
Thank you. And not a bad answer, by the way, except you didn't convince me. The environmental change that everybody reads about in the newspapers and the media on a constant and ongoing basis, I really don't see it happening in the doom and gloom, the sky is falling way that the media would tend to portray it. As far as efficiency, we have this building. We're not changing the fuel that heats this building until that system needs to be replaced, no matter what it means. We're not changing insulation or the envelope on this building until it needs to be changed. We have a swimming pool that we're talking about constructing. As part of that construction process, I am sure that the engineers and the architects that are in charge of that will take energy efficiency into mind when they design the new structure. We're not changing the vehicles that we currently own to convert to electricity anytime soon because they don't work for what we do for the most part. There are no electric graders on the road, for instance, nor dump trucks that I'm aware of. So I agree with you that it's a long-term thing. I'm of the opinion when it comes to long-term stuff that we let our neighbor figure out and go through the costs and we just copy them. We take the China approach and copy the copyright and save a bunch of money and even be better at it because we got to learn from their mistakes. And that would be my approach on it. So one more question, Mayor Katcher, if I may. I know I'm taking some time.
Deputy Mayor. I'll let you go one more.
I'm sorry. And I don't have to. Yes. Mayor Katcher on this side. If you don't mind, if you don't have this position, what happens to the operations of the city?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, nothing would change. But if I may, just to elaborate on some of the things that you've said, departments across the city have reached out and are looking for expertise in the realm of sustainability. And to your point, our fleet facilities and engineering have reached out and said, we need some kind of sustainable mandate for future buildings. Why not design buildings now that will be resilient in 20 years? There's a lot of resources available, but these are things that need to be incorporated into our design guidelines. It needs to be incorporated into our procurement policies and our mandates and our RFPs. And I think one thing that this position would do is kind of inject sustainability throughout the organization in small ways at first, but they will have large impacts over the long term. And the sooner we can start doing that and working towards that, the more impactful it will be when we need it to be.
Thank you. I'm going to ring in again, Mayor Katcher, too. Thank you.
Well, it's Deputy Mayor Blizzard, but okay, next, Councillor Harris.
Ms. Miller, this is being proposed as a management position, is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, that's correct, yes.
Why do you say you see it as a management position?
The sustainability work that we have envisioned for Fort Saskatchewan is beyond regular day-to-day programming that you might see in other communities. We want this individual to be very technical so that we can do a lot of the analysis in-house. So that alone pushes it into management. But there's also our existing waste program falls under the sustainability umbrella. At least that's the way I view it. We have a lot of, emissions reductions just from that program existing. So there was a lot of synergies there that can happen between waste and other environmental initiatives. We did consider a different approach. I believe one of the options presented to council last year in the 2023 budget was a coordinator position, but that would have been a situation if the utilities and sustainability department didn't get created. The coordinator position could work on internal emissions reductions through fleet facilities and engineering.
Great, because that's the way I see it, quite frankly. This is not a management responsibility. At a highest level it is, because we have an operational responsibility to our environment, to our community, to ultimately ensure that we're on top of these things. I see it as a semi-professional technical position. And I think the skill sets, I was going to ask you to describe to me the perfect individual that you're looking to hire, because it's not a management responsibility. But I think we have to have some internal capacity to be able to help departments do those things, unless we go outside to our engineering consultants when we're developing building retrofit plans and that sort of stuff. They have the skill sets, and we can buy those skill sets. So I tend to agree with the mayor on this one, and possibly Councillor Kelly. I don't see the need for it in this context. So it would almost be needing to rejig this thing to ensure that we have appropriate internal resources to be able to meet that need, but not in a management context. So that's kind of where I'm coming from, and I would tend to agree with you, Your Worship, that I question the need at that level. But it definitely is an important responsibility. And quite frankly, I wonder if there's anybody out there that can actually fit the bill of what you're looking for. And I suspect that that is a very small talent pool.
Thank you. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. I'm not going to support the motion. I do believe that this department was created for a reason, and that I believe in the budget last year, we kind of pushed back to say, like, let's set this thing up and not necessarily add a bunch of human resources to it at that time. But I believe that the work that has been done on this portfolio this year is good. And I think we're ready to take this next step. And I think we can be leaders moving forward. And so I support this position. Thank you.
Right, I'm going to go next because I wrote my name down. A couple of questions. So are there potentially some cost savings by having this position? Do you envision anything in the future?
Your Worship? Or is it through Your Worship?
I have no idea.
We do anticipate cost savings. I was actually having a conversation with the Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering last week, and we have already seen cost savings just from the initiatives that facilities have implemented over the years. The reason that wasn't a focus point of the ask was because we can't really quantify them at this point.
But you're thinking there will have a monetary value at some point?
Yes, I do believe so.
So the other thing is, especially since I'm sensing here there's some people that are councillors that aren't in support of this, could this be done like a short term, 1 or 2 years, and then evaluate if this is being useful, if this is something that does help the city? Because I certainly do see the value in it, and I think we haven't been doing as much. Took the city a long time to get on board with organics and, the recycle we've been doing, but yeah.
Your Worship, 2 things on that point. First of all, it is a very specialized area. There are a lot of environmental grads who are capable of doing this work. I believe recruitment would be a challenge if it wasn't a full-time permanent position, just based on my network and what I've heard over the years. Another point is there's an organization called Municipal Climate Change Action Center, and in the past they have had like 2-year positions that are 80% grant funded. A lot of other municipalities have taken advantage of that. They've gotten somebody in place for 2 years just to do that climate change mitigation piece. And again, Fort Saskatchewan just hasn't been in a position to fill out those grant applications or produce the data required to access that funding.
So this person would be expected to do some of that, applying for grants?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, next on the list, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I have one question before I speak to the motion. Why have you made the source of funding both property taxes and utility rates rather than fully utility rate? Why is it 50-50? Why is it not like 30, 70, or 100% utility rates?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, that was our best guess at the time of creating the position. When we look at the potential projects, 50% of what we could come up with on the spot was utility based, such as, stormwater management capacity. All of that would kind of fall under utilities. What does our underground infrastructure look like? Are we capable of, absorbing like big flood events, things like that? And the other 50% is very much like tax funded programs like building design or a lot of community-based initiatives would be tax. We would be prepared to alter that 50-50 split based on actuals should the position be approved and projects start.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I will absolutely not be supporting this motion because I feel like there's just tons of opportunities out there that we can be taking advantage of. And if we're not doing that, we're leaving money on the table. I think that this is a position that's required because council came together and created a strategic plan. And one of the key indicators or one of the key goals that we had said was that we want to be a community that is environmentally ready in terms of climate change and environmental stewardship. And what better way to start to push work in that direction than to create a position assessed to the actual work. So I wouldn't be supporting this motion. I think that this is work that is necessary at this point. And I think it's important for us to be proactive rather than reactive, as a community. So I wouldn't support this motion. I think that it's important for us to take advantage of what's already out there.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, going into round 2.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You mentioned just a couple minutes ago an organization, municipal, something to do with environment. Can you repeat the name of that, please?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, it's the Municipal Climate Change Action Center, MCCAC.
MCCAC. Okay. So does the MCCAC offer some examples of concrete actions that could be taken, or are they just sounding alarm bells and telling everybody to apply for grants to get moving on something?
Through your worship, they do have a lot of resources on their website to show what communities have done, what they've achieved. Some have specified dollars saved, things like that. So they do go into details on their website. If I'm being honest, I can't recall anything specific right now. And they offer grant funding based on, I guess, what's deemed as the priority items at that time. So a grant fund that was provided 3 years ago may not be provided now. So they kind of switch up their funding availability based on maximum usefulness, I guess.
You referenced in concluding your comments to me, and I'm that some of your department folks, peers, had asked for or suggested it would be appropriate for our community to have some policy or guidelines around designing new structures or something like that. We don't design structures, do we? We always hire an architect and an engineer.
Through your worship, that is correct. Where municipalities have some ability to kind of dictate what we get is through our internal policies, procurement policies, engineering standards, development standards, things like that.
Excuse me. Is there a reason we need to cut at 1 o'clock that I'm unaware of?
Well, there is, but I think we're only hopefully going to be a couple more minutes. Mr. Plamondon, are you okay for 5 after? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. To continue the debate with one last comment, and I'll leave it alone. The design criteria and design standards that will be deemed appropriate in the moment as best practices for environmental response or sustainability and for the next 50 years as you're building a building. Those standards are going to be subject to technological change and opinion change every single year that goes forward. So to establish a policy today that tries to wrap that into a policy isn't going to work. And that's back to my comment. That's why we engage architects and engineers in the moment, because they are the ones that are charged with being up to date with the latest and greatest. We don't need to know that stuff. We're paying to have that stuff told to us. And for that reason, I can't support the position. I appreciate the work. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just telling you I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Question through to Mr. Fleming. So, Mr. Fleming, if this recommendation or if this initiative is not supported, how would you, as our Chief Administrative Officer, delegate the responsibility within the organization to achieve some but not all of them? You can buy these services technically if and as required. Because I don't see this as a management position. I see it as a highly technical position with access to resources that ultimately can advise on the things Ms. Miller is talking about. But I don't see it as the need for a full-time management position. How would you resource this to achieve those responsibilities going forward if this is not, if this resolution passes and kills that particular position? How are you gonna deal with it?
Yeah, through your worship. So there's a series of things that were going to happen were the position to be approved that likely won't happen. I would say this is, whether it's a management position or a technical position, council moving forward with this or not is simply a reflection of the city's priorities. So if it's deemed that the descriptor we've gave for this initiative is not a priority, again, we would shift away. I don't think we can take the resourcing that we have now and accomplish some of the things that have been described. And that's not a bad thing. It's just simply a reflection of our choices and our priorities that we make. So we will have the utilities department. What I would imagine is there will be one or two things that come up along the way that we may still be able to move forward with the staffing that we have. I'd probably want to have a detailed discussion with staff over what those are. I know the EPR program is probably a fairly high priority for us, the extended producer responsibility, stuff like that. But I don't think you would see us moving forward with, sorry, I have my own little list here, but the energy efficient home upgrade program, looking at alternative fuel sources for city fleet, things like that. Some of the things that have been listed off, they just won't, council would essentially be saying these things aren't a priority for us. And that's...
Yeah, I guess the message that I would like to send is, I think this is important stuff, but it's not, you haven't presented it in a way from an administrative budget standpoint that I can support personally, but I support all the initiatives we have to do. It's a question of when we do them and how we do them and with what resource. And like I said, I don't see this as a management position where the person is engaged at that level. I see this as a highly technical position. So your presentation of the need for this, the argument is sound, but the way you put it together, I can't support. And that's why we'll support Mayor Ketcher's resolution to kill this per thing. I think you still have to come forward with an appropriate solution which is not this one, to achieve the outcome that I would expect that we need to achieve. Like the home, the thing we're talking about, the home efficiency thing, I want solar panels on my house. And I'm prepared to do that, but there's no program here. I have to go to either federal or provincial program, but then I have to suss it out and I have to figure it out. Whereas if we had a program here, then I could probably get a resource, information source locally. But at this point in time, the way it's presented, I can't support it. But I would say don't drop it, keep it, come back in a different way, repackage it in a more salient manner.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Nguyen?
Yeah, I would agree with some of Councillor Harris's comments. So question then, so if this is, the position itself is defeated, and there is an appetite on council to have this position, the practicality of it going forward reevaluated, then what could we see coming back, like an information request to a committee of the whole or something like that for a discussion?
So through your worship, my intent, if this position were not to be approved, was to sort of take the conversation into the strategic planning session that we have planned with council. Because a lot of what this plan request involves is based on the strategic plan. So if council has decided along the way that our priorities have shifted, then that's what we will want to confirm that when we sit down with council and talk about the strategic plan, our midpoint check-in. I can't remember. I think we have it booked for January. But
yeah, I think it's upcoming very shortly. So for that reason, I'm going to support the motion, and then we'll have a discussion, a wholesome discussion at that point.
All right, and Mayor Ketcher to close.
Okay.
Oh, Councillor Macon, I'm sorry.
No problem. I was a last minute thing. Mr. Fleming, what does this new department look like without the manager? What is the setup?
Through your worship, I think this question came up before, but I'll let Ms. Miller comment on it. It does have waste management in it. It does have utility operators in it. There's
I
a
guess
decent complement of staff, but
like who's overseeing it, and then what are the positions in it, if not a manager?
yeah, there is a manager already in the department, right? This was going to be a new stream of.
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Macon, without this manager of sustainability position, it would be the director overseeing a manager of utility operations and the waste program supervisor.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nguyen.
But just to follow up on that, because I did ask this question last time. So I thought the hierarchy in the org chart was a director of utilities and sustainability, and then on the side with waste transfer would have been the sustainability manager directly over the transfer station. Maybe we could get
an org chart?
Yes, an org chart for.
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, on the sustainability side, it's the director. If this position were to be approved, manager of sustainability overseeing waste program supervisor overseeing transfer station staff.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank
you. All right, seeing no one else, are we sure? Anyone else? Okay, Mayor Ketcher to close.
Okay, thank you very much. So in closing, as I listen to the argument, when you talk about the financial program for municipalities, this was actually discussed a number of years ago, and it came back as that municipalities would become the bankers for households to be able to do environmental things. And then the people would then pay on their taxes over a number of years. It would be added to their taxes for a number of years. If they sold their house, then that still carried on to whoever bought their house. The discussion that we had, and I don't know how many years ago it is now, was that we didn't need to be the banker for people. there are banks available for that, and they can take out loans for it. They can remortgage their properties and then carry it along with that. So I didn't support it back then, and I certainly don't support it now. I don't think that's a business that the city needs to get into. I'm going to say I'm very much in support of the programs for climate change. We have the most amazing industries in our community. Path to Zero's coming, you know, the hydrogen, LNG, there's all of those things happening. And I know this is specific to our operations, but I would absolutely believe there's an expectation with either staff or the consultants that we hire that they're going to bring forward what the best recommendations are when it comes to our buildings. And when it, and plus we also have Fort Air Partnership. So I think our community is actually ahead of the game. So I want to be really cautious about when we say, well, we're lagging. We're not. Fort Saskatchewan is way ahead of the curve when it comes to stuff like this. But when you talk about the financing program, personally, I don't want to be the banker for every household in Fort Saskatchewan. And I think that would be very onerous on our tax department as well. So with that, I just don't support this at this point in time, the way it's being brought forward. And I do invite having a further conversation at our strategic planning meeting. So I'll close with that.
The motion is closed. Please cast your votes. The motion is carried 4-3, and I'm going to hand the reins back to Mayor Ketcher.
Great, thank you. And I apologize to the individuals that we have waiting for us for our 1 o'clock. So I will ask for a motion to go in camera. Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'll move that council enter in camera for matters to be discussed in our FOIP.
All right, thank you. Please cast your vote. And that is carried. So we will all go to the committee of the whole room. Okay, we will resume the meeting, and we are going to continue on with the flagged items. So we were on flagged item number 1, all staff position requests, and those are based on anybody can put anyone's forward that they choose to. So I did put one forward. I will ask if, before I go on with any others, if there's anybody else who has any that they would like to bring up. No? Okay. So then I'm going to so I'll turn the chair back over to Deputy Mayor Blizzard. And I would actually like to put item 72-0227 Parks Coordinator on and do a motion for that one. Oh, right, sorry. Yes.
Okay, I will accept that motion.
I haven't put the motion on yet.
Would you like to put on the motion?
Yes, so I would like to put the motion on to remove the Parks Coordinator from the 2024 budget and open it up for discussion and debate.
All right, do you get to speak first?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll accept that motion, and would you like to speak on it?
Yeah. Once again, I feel like this is more or less another management position that we have. I don't have any issues right now with the union positions that are being asked for as far as getting out and doing the work. I'm not sure I was totally convinced on the requirements for this position, so I would like to actually have it put on for discussion and debate and see where everybody else is. And that's the only last one that I'll have.
All right, Councillor Harris.
Mr. Gagnon, can you talk about this position? Refresh my memory. I know we had this discussion a week ago, but can you go back there and justify it for me?
Your worship, to Councillor Harris, this position is really to help us administratively to, I will say, better achieve some of our goals of monitoring, inspections at parks, as well as moving forward some of the projects that has been identified by council in the municipal development plan, as well as in your strategic plans. We spent some time this year talking about things like naturalizations, weed control, and all these things, and that's just 2 of them. We talk about urban forests, right? And all these things needs some level of expertise to bring forward and to monitor those programs. And they're no different than a rec program or other type of programs. We have coordinators in place to help us out with that. And this one is really to look at that aspect for parks. We really have a gap, in my view, administratively at parks. And that gap is in the coordination, especially of projects that we have, and that we're going to see over the next 5 to 10 years, and also some of our inspections and monitoring. To tell you a bit of a story, many times I will walk in a meeting and ask my staff, especially at parks, are we delivered what we promised? The second thing is, are you successful today? And the third one is, how do you know? And these are very deep questions for those who have been involved in leadership and management asking. And I always found that parks has been really built in a way to operate, to basically deliver the programs we have. But when it's time to monitor, to look, to study the result of a naturalization, for example, I mean, we're saying we're going to reduce weeds with that. Okay, are we achieving this? We're saying we're going to increase the ecology or the number of animals in certain things, more butterfly here and more insects there. Are we achieving this? Prove it to me. Show it to me. I want to see some data. Now, our operators are there to operate and deliver the programs and do the work. But there's nobody monitoring, in a sense, unless we ask them to do so. But when we do so, then we say, okay, now operators are becoming sort of a program monitoring person as well. Inspections, we need to do a little bit more work on that. We need to do quality control. especially when we look at some of our programs like FAC and CCC. Right now we have, for example, consultants coming in and supporting us for FAC and CCC inspection. And they do a good job, there's no doubt. But sometimes having our staff there as well will help. And what we have to do now is to either have a foreman or have an operator to go and assist on those inspections. But when things are wrong or things are not good, what do we do from there? And that's why the coordination is important in my part. The aspect of project is also important. And I'll give you an example of the urban forest plan that we got involved with a grant from the federal government. So this needed to get somebody to look at the grant and say, hey, there's some opportunity here that we can look at that, and then maybe if we apply to this grant with the feds, we can get up to $250,000 for something. So an operator does not have the time to do that. A laborer does not have the time to do that. Maybe a manager, maybe a director, but sometimes coordinators may have a bit more time to put these things together. So we were successful, we received money, and now we are in the process of completing a plan over the next 6 months. But you still need someone to coordinate the work, to liaise, to do the public engagement, especially. This is where I found is the main thing. And after that, of course, you have some of your consultant doing the work and everything else and writing the plans, but there's also a coordination of going back and forth and everything else. So this is just one. And just like you know, we had a person basically working 3 days a week over the last year on that plan, right? This is just one. If you look at page 416 of your budget binder, you'll see a whole bunch of projects there that we need to get done. And this is not coming from our wish list at Parks. It's basically coming mainly from what we see in the MDP and also in the Council Strategic Plan. So if we want to get there, I need to resource it. Not only we have to get the doing in the field done, but we also have to coordinate that work. And at this time, I just have a manager of Parks that can coordinate that. And unfortunately, when you have that aspect of managing strategies and coordination of projects and operation will always come first. So something will basically be left on the side, and this is most likely those type of projects. So that's why I need that coordination.
Okay, so that's good. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we're still working with the same structure that there's you, and then there's a Parks Superintendent, Parks for. Refresh my memory on the structure.
Your worship to Councillor Harris, the current Parks structure includes me as the Director of Public Works, and we have a Parks Manager. This is Janelle Hart. And then under Janelle Hart, there's a foreman that reports to her, and after that we have operators and laborers and seasonal staff.
So you're saying this is outside of the scope of Janelle's responsibility as within her position?
The way that I believe that we are structured, I think that the manager is really strongly on the operational side, and we need that because that's the priority number one of Parks. Mm-hmm. But when it gets down to planning aspect or coordinating some projects, then this is where we need some help. And the urban forest plan is a good way to look at it, a good example of that, where we brought a project person for that under the grant and under our commitment.
Okay, so the justification for the position is Ms. Hart looks after operations and makes sure that the direction of the operational resources are appropriately assigned to meet service standards. And this is something that thinks a little longer term in terms of the delivery of individual projects that we need to accomplish in Parks.
That is right. And at the end, when we look at this structure, I mean, there's talent that when we're going to be recruiting, if council moves forward, then we'll have to see where's the best place to fit those type of projects. But at the end, this is where we see it now. Don't forget, associated with operation, at Parks comes about 1,000 service requests a year that needs to be looked at, and requests either from council, from management, from us, or from the public. And Parks gets about 1,000.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, Councillor Nguyen.
Thanks for that comprehensive overview of the position, Richard. My question, and alludes to it in the funding request for this position, is we do have an increasing scope of park spaces. Leslie McMillan Park. For the 2023 budget, Council approved the Fort Centre Park Phase 1, and that was delayed for oral history. Is that going to be going ahead in 2024? I think it should be if there's no
Your Worship,
delays.
to Councillor Nguyen, we are just completing, we're going to be completing over the next 6-7 months the urban forest plan, and it provided us with interesting information about the Indigenous engagement part of that. And what we're doing now is integrating this aspect of the learnings we had with the Indigenous engagement results into the Fort Centre Park as well. And our goal is to start Fort Centre Park in the spring.
And this would be under the scope of the parks
Yes.
coordinator position.
Your Worship, to Councillor Nguyen, absolutely. This is something the person can do. And right now, there's a question of timing, because for something like this, the position will come in April if it's approved by council. So I need to close a gap for the next 3 months to have someone to do that integration of the learnings we had in our public engagement with Fort Centre Park.
Okay.
So, and we have a plan for that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kellery.
Thank you. Richard, you've indicated in the past, and could you refresh my memory, how much area does the green space, the parks, and maybe the river valley as a second number, how many acres or hectares are we dealing with in our community? It struck me as a large number.
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, I think I will refer you to the budget request 720227. I mean, we're talking about, in terms of hectares of land, 448 hectares of land that we manage. And then there's a growth aspect that we put there for the last 15 years. And when we also look at what's coming up in terms of development, I mean, let's face it, this city is not getting smaller, it's getting bigger. So we're going to have another 109 hectares coming up.
And each hectare is 2.4 acres, I think. And that's a number I understand. So 2.5, good enough. We're at more than 2 square miles, 2.5 square miles almost. Mm-hmm. And I would have looked at that, except when I use my software, I have 3 different documents that can't be opened at the same time. So rather than me scrambling around trying to find it, I ask you, and thank you for the answer. I can't support the motion. I'm a big believer in our park system and what we have for parks in this community, and I do believe that we need to continue to make the investment in our green spaces. It's a huge asset enjoyed by, I firmly believe, the majority of the population within Fort Saskatchewan on an ongoing basis. Each use costs very little in terms of incremental money to the budget. This budget right now is the only increase really that we're being asked for, and this helps us better prepare, in my mind, more than 2 square miles of green space for use by our citizens. I think that's a very reasonable investment, and I will support will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I'd just like to revisit the conversation around the organogram. So this position is going to be reporting to the parks manager. Am I correct?
Can you please repeat your question,
the parks coordinator, who are they going to be reporting to? The parks manager?
This position will be reporting to the parks managers.
Right. And so currently, how many people report to the parks manager, and who are the people that are going to be reporting to this parks coordinator? Is it going to just be one person that has no reports? Just paint me the picture. What does that look like?
So in terms of org chart, Currently, there's only one person that reports to the parks manager, and that's the parks foreman.
Okay.
And the parks foreman has several people reporting, basically laborers, operators, seasonal staff. This position will be reporting directly to the parks manager, and in order to help this person to focus, especially on project and strategies that comes up from MDP and strategic plans, and as listed on page 416, that person will not oversee operation. That person will be focusing on the aspect of bringing forward the projects, but also helping the monitoring of what we do, and also the inspection as well of what we do. So being a little bit independent from the operation, but still somehow associated with that. This is not a silo. We are very integrated, and that position will do that.
Okay, thank you. And so we currently do not have any resources within your current structure that can take on, like maybe someone who's already maybe an operator or whatever is already a natural leader that's probably taking some sort of leadership amongst the team that can just fall into this role.
Your worship, to Councillor Abitoye, when it's time for recruiting, the position will be open, and anyone who has talent and skills, and I have to admit, at parks, there's a lot of talents and skills and education, part of what our operators are doing, and laborers as well. Sometimes young people just graduating, and then they start with us. So that the position will be available for anyone who wants to apply. I hope that answered your question.
No, actually.
No, go ahead.
So my question was, isn't there currently someone amongst your staff that can do this work of planning and implementing? No, well, not implementation, not the operation part, but the monitoring and the planning and all of those things.
Your worship, to Councillor Abitoye, I apologize. Yes, we do have people that can at this time help with this, and we have used them because we had to get by. Because the question was still there. Are you successful today? How do you know? And are we getting where we're supposed to be getting? So we have to draw from the resources that we have. Currently, we have a resource, and this is a temporary resource. And this is our Public Works Project Coordinator that is basically working on the urban forest plan. So we basically use some of her time to help us out. Mainly on the urban forest. And at that time, if there was something we needed to get something investigated, then we had that person to help us out. But this is temporary, and then currently the contract will end at the end of the year unless we extend it, for which we're working on right now for at least 6 months, because we have a gap of 3 months or 4 months to look at. And we also have sometimes operators that have education in the field, sustainability, ecology, environment, that comes with us. And sometimes we ask them to do a special project on the side. And that happens.
Right.
So that's how we do it at this time. I think it's problematic if we ask basically unionized employee to do what I will say administrative work.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Richard.
All right, before we go to round two, I've just got a couple of comments. I'm not going to support this. I think this position, can be helpful, and I would certainly not want to take away from the park staff. I walk around lots and I see garbage cans filled to the brim. Sometimes lawns not cut as efficient, and that is all staffing, and I would hate to cut some of our staffing and have that get worse. So I think this will definitely help, especially if they monitor full garbage cans. So I won't support this. Councillor Harris.
Mr. Gagnon, I think you've convinced me of the need for the position. Obviously, I think that there'll be an evolution in the parks manager's responsibilities as well. You talk about that individual being primarily operational responsibility. If this new position, when it's created, ultimately reports to that individual, then there'll be both operational and planning context in that management context. And I think that's probably a positive thing relative to managing the workload going forward. So, while I understand where Mayor Ketcher is coming from in terms of questioning some of the need for some of these new positions, this one I think makes sense from that standpoint. So you've convinced me. I won't support the motion on that basis. But I would expect that obviously as the director of that department, then you will work hand in glove to make sure that we can stay on the project load in parks to make sure that we are well planned and well delivered. So that's ultimately what I guess I would expect from you with that responsibility from that standpoint. So, and in that context, I guess I will vote against the motion.
All right, not seeing any other questions or Mayor Ketcher to close.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think it does warrant the conversation. Every year we have a number of positions that are put forward, and through administration, every one of them is going to be valued and and felt that they need to have them. When I looked at this one, though, I looked at it, and as we were just told, we have a director, we'll have a manager, there's a foreman, so there's 3 levels before you get to your actual working people, your actual people who are out in the field working, and then this just adds one more level into that with being a coordinator position. I've worked over there for quite a while, and at one point in time, there was one coordinator for basically all of Public Works that both of them reported into. I'm still not convinced, but it's always the wish of council, and I think it's very important that we have the opportunity to have the debate and have that conversation to actually really be convinced about it. I absolutely support parks. I think they do a wonderful job. For what I read in there, though, and I did read in the descriptions of things, the climate change, the forests, some of those things that I think actually wrapped around to what was in the other position that did come out. So with that, I'm fine however anybody votes, but I just believe that there are times in our lives we can't just accept the status quo. We need to have the conversation because everything ties to tax dollars, and we know taxes aren't going down anytime soon. So I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
All right, and with that, the motion is closed. Please cast your votes.
Jennifer, Anna, thank you.
The motion is defeated, 6-1.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll take the chair back. So I'll just ask on thank you very much, Richard. On flagged item number 1, if there's anything else, otherwise we'll move on to flagged item number 2. Okay, not seeing any. So flagged item number 2, Councillor Kelly, this is yours. Cemetery operation, fees and charges, cost recovery discussion. I'm not sure how to do that with... Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. This was, and my concern revolves around the cemetery operations in general as it relates to fees, and I think specifically to what we charge for plots and whether or not we charge enough, given that even though we're putting money in a reserve, the cemetery operation in total is not fully funded by cemetery revenues. So some of that reserve, at least some of that reserve, is being funded by general taxpayer dollars. I've got it open as best I can in front of me, Richard. It sticks in my mind as I flip around through this stuff that you had planned for in your fee summary to have a staged or a phased increase to over 2 years. And I believe then at the end of 2 years that the cemetery operation would be self-funding. In other words, there would be no deficit at the end of the year. Are both assumptions correct, please?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, I would like just to change the 2 years to 5 years. So our plan is over 5 years at 5% a year.
Okay, thank you. So the overall increase, and refresh my memory again, please. It's 1205, if I'm looking at this properly, in 23, you're talking about or proposing $12.65 for 24, and then I assume another roughly $60 per year for the next 4 years past that?
Your Worship, I will need to, if it's possible for me to have access to my presentation from Public Works, because I do have some slides I can show, and then it can be a bit easier for everyone to see.
Yeah, thank you. I need to refresh my memory,
Yes.
if you would, please.
Yeah. You're talking specifically about one fee right now, so.
I'm
You're going to have to dig for it in the departments one.
Sure.
Once you find it,
There you go.
there.
No, that's not the one. I will find my presentation and get back to you.
no worries. Take your time.
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, just to, I did a little bit of work last week just to prepare for a question similar to what you have. It's a little bit different because my approach is over a year or 5 years. So I'll just show you a little bit about, and you'll recognize some of the things that you stated as well. The $60 is there, right? So what we're looking at here in this slide, can everybody see this?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'll look at the first fee, the full-size lot at $1,205. This is the current cost in 2023 that we're charging. So what we're proposing is a 5% increase at $60 on this one. Now, if you would like to get right away to cost recovery in what we were planning in 5 years, right? Not in 2 years, in 5 years. Well, you're looking at about $301 increase. So basically, you'll be at $1,506 as an increase there. But the plan is over time, over years, you will see, in 2025, and the way we have it, 2024 is $60, and maybe $60 or $62 in 2025, and up until we achieve that total of 301 over 5 years, if that makes sense. So that's just for one of them.
And by the end, or once the 24 is achieved, with the rate increases that I see on this schedule, this cemetery operation will not have a deficit. It should be totally self-funded.
Over the next 5 years, yes, that this is the goal. And what we've done is we look at basically, it was a very simple formula, and we talk a little bit about it, if you remember well. And let me see if I can get to a slide for that in September. That's the table. So when we look at our direct and indirect costs, because now this is what we follow in our in the policy, and these are PBB. So direct costs includes everyone's salaries, including mine, into this. It's not just the workers and the ones that do the work at the cemetery, but it's also the administration and the indirect costs. That's your corporate services costs that we have at 16%. So when we look at the revenue we're making, including transfer from reserve, the deficit was $34,000. So when we look at that, we said, okay, how can we recover that over time? It's about $7,000 over 5 years, and then we adjusted our fees and charges to reflect that. This is how it was done.
Thank you. I now understand completely. Like Mayor Katcher, I think it's important to allow council a discussion on this. I'm going to move that the 24 budget and the subsequent 2 years, so let's say the 3-year budget going out, be adjusted so that those rate increases, that total amount that you forecast at the end of 5 years, so be accelerated to be accommodated within 24, 25, and 26, so that we would make a break even on the cemetery in 3 years rather than 5 years. So, Andrew, I'm not sure if I got a motion there that makes sense to you. That the fee schedule as prepared or by Richard. Could you go back to that prior slide, please, Richard? There. On this particular schedule, be accelerated by 2 years and allocated evenly between a 3-year period, including starting with 24.
Your worship to Councillor Kelly, I just want to point out this 2 schedule. This is the rest. I mean, I was not able to put everything on one slide, so I put this on 2 slides. This is basically the plot purchase and interment, and the following one is basically the columbarium niche and all the other charges we had to put this on over 2 slides.
I think that all those charges in total accelerated to a 3-year time schedule horizon, not 5-year.
We'll just give Mr. Kaiser a moment. And while he's...
Yeah, exactly, Mayor Catcher. There's multiple components to this in my mind. Some of the things that the city does should actually fund themselves. I believe that firmly. I also believe that the cemetery is one of those things that it could easily fund itself. No family that I'm aware of, or no individual, no family unit in Fort Saskatchewan or anywhere, is in the habit of regularly budgeting and purchasing cemetery plots. It unfortunately happens when it happens, and they tend to be one of purchases when they happen. So a staged price increase doesn't help anybody set their budget. I honestly believe that when the time comes for most people to consider buying a plot or a columbarium or whatever it is, that is probably the least of the concerns that family has at that particular moment. In addition, I made a comment when you made your report to council a few months back, Richard, that if we took the population of Canada and everybody took their own full-size plot, that we would need something like 25 square miles to bury everybody. That was understated because I didn't allow for roads and laneways. So you could add a third to that and it would be about 36 square miles of real estate forever, into perpetuity, tied up because Brian Kelly or somebody like Brian Kelly got to live for 70 years, and then it doesn't entitle you to a piece of real estate into perpetuity. I firmly believe that. And I think as a society, we need to catch up with what I consider to be most of the world. You don't get that privilege in most of the world. And we do that in part by having our fees help people make the appropriate decision. We can set a fee to guide the decision that we want. And this would be a start. And then the last thing that caught my eye on this, and I think, Richard, you've done a great job, I'm not being critical, is that we know we have to spend money for phase 2. And I'm not at all convinced that our reserve from phase 1 is large enough to allow us to operate phase 1 into perpetuity. And I get back to the present value calculation and whether or not there was inflation factored into your calculation. And I don't think the numbers will, by the time phase 1 is filled up, will cover the into perpetuity requirement that we visualize that it will visualize as a need. So I don't think it's a huge change to the fees. I don't think it impacts our citizens, not at all. And I think while it's a small thing, it helps set the tone for the delivery of cemetery and funeral type services within our city going forward. And I, of course, welcome the comments from my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kaiser, are you able to populate the screen with the motion for him to review?
I imagine you'll have some feedback on that, seeing as how it's only the fees for 2024 that are before you now. And I'm not sure whether you wanted cost recovery in 2026. Was that correct? Or
Would it be possible, Andrew, to just refer to the schedule that Richard had in front of us and say that the fee increases envisioned in that 5-year schedule be averaged out over the next 3 years, starting with 2024?
okay.
I think that makes sense. I don't.
We could also just take the 25% divided by 3 and just say it's 8.3%.
I'm good with that too, Troy. Absolutely.
That's what it is.
So
absolutely.
Then the motion would be that it be increased by 8.3% for 2024.
That makes sense. Thank you. Very simple. As long as you're 25% across the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, not across the board, but basically some are already reaching 100%, so we're not touching those. But some are 7%, there will be a little bit more, and some are 5%. This is a 5% average on all the increase that I have to achieve the revenue shortfall. So, but it will be across, and the math at the end will work.
We agree. Okay, thank you. It needs to be understandable if it's going to work, absolutely.
So, Mr. Kaiser, we're just going to simplify it for 2024 that it's an 8.3%.
So it's now up on the screen for you. Councillor Kelly, did you still want to cite 2026 as your targeted cost recovery, or we're just going to further simplify to simply have the 8.3% increase?
I would suggest we further simplify it. Let's leave it at 8.3, and we can deal with next year when next year comes. But I think we set the tone.
Okay, and you've spoken in favor of it now? Okay, so it's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Batoye.
I just had a question first. Richard, can you go to the slide you had for 2023 where you had 34,000 as a deficit?
Yes. It's on my screen. I just need to have it for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that the slide, Councillor Abitoye?
Yes, that one. So I'm looking at the programs we manage, and it's showing a deficit of 17,971 for cemetery operations. So this number you're showing, this is from 2023, I'm guessing. So, but our 2024 budget is showing a deficit of 17,000. So I'm a little confused. So the 8.3% we're talking about right now, is that is to get, I think I'm really confusing myself and everybody here, but the 8.3, is that on the 17,000 deficits on the programs we manage?
Your Worship, to Councillor Abitoye, just to understand the numbers and the source, this analysis was done in September, and basically we look at 2023 numbers,
right,
and 2023 allocations, the way it was done. And then what you see now in your budget, these are 2024
I get that, but that's 50%.
Numbers.
That takes us to 50% of the deficit of the previous year.
Yeah.
Right. So
the percentage increase is based on what the work that we have done earlier this year that I presented in September on the $34,000. So what I looked at it, I said, we look at a 5-year plan, and a $7,000 increase got me, when I did the calculation, to do a 5% increase. So if you do an 8% increase, 8.3% increase, you'll most likely achieve your cost recovery a little bit faster. The numbers don't jive because you're talking 2023 numbers and 2024 numbers. And a few things are different. Your revenue is different. Also, your costs are different because there's increase in labors and things like that. So I will say you're on the right path if you want to go on the 3 years cost recovery.
Okay, so so the 8.3 that we're talking about right now takes it takes the deficit of 17,000 from 2024 to zero by 2026.
Your worship, to Councillor Bitoye, I believe this is what Councillor Kelly is trying to achieve.
Okay, well, I support the motion. I think that's cemetery operations is something that the city shouldn't be subsidizing, and I think it makes sense to get that sooner than later.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion and debate on the motion? Not seeing any. Anything on close, Councillor Kelly?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The motion is closed. Please cast your vote.
Sorry, Jen.
Your Worship, I'm just waiting for Councillor Abitoye.
Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you. The motion is carried. All right, we'll move on to the next one. We'll do 2 or 3 more. We'll see how everybody's holding up, and we will get everybody out of here a little bit early because we know we will need one more day. So the next one is Transit ARC cards. Councillor Blizzard, push your button.
Okay, I guess for this one, what I was looking at was the decrease in fees for the passes. So I just want a little bit more information and justification because I could see them holding. Why are they going down?
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, I invited our transit supervisor, Lindsay Redford, to address your question and also give you a little bit of an idea about how the new fees and charges will look like and some of the logic behind this as well. So, Mrs. Redford, it's yours.
All right, so first I'll just go over an overview of what ARC actually is to remind everyone. We'll go through and look at the changes to the fees and charges. We'll look at what the current and what the future ARC fares will be, and then I'll go over the regional pricing, which will answer the question about the integrated passes. So ARC is the new regional electronic fare collection system that we'll be implementing hopefully early next year. We're just waiting for our new buses to get in so they can be equipped with the equipment. And we're anticipating that everyone will be transferred over within the first quarter of next year. That is what our goal is, again, depending on when the new buses actually arrive and when they get fully equipped. So with ARC, that means that our entire fare structure did need to change. There's new passenger profiles, which are those passenger groupings. There's the replacement of all paper passes and tickets with the ARC cards and tickets, and then the introduction of pay-as-you-go with monthly fare capping. So one of the main goals that we had with the change to the fees and charges is we did not want to have anyone think that due to ARC, there was going to be an increase in fares, so we tried to keep the changes as minimal as possible. So this is the current fare structure we have today. You'll see the cash fares, ticket passes, and integrated passes, and the everyone rides at the bottom. So you can see this is what we have currently in place today. For the new fare structure, it looks quite different. We're still keeping the cash fares, but we're now introducing a pay-as-you-go fare, which is the cost of each individual trip. We have a monthly cap, which is the maximum a passenger would pay for the month. And then we also have ARC tickets for those passengers who don't travel often enough in the month. So you can see everything in red is actually an increase from what today's prices are. The green is a decrease, and then blue is where we had to consolidate some of the different passes we offer today into one pass or one monthly cap in the ARC system. So you can see the different passenger profiles along the left, and then the prices that each would pay. For the cash fares, you'll see that there is only one price for everybody for a local and a commuter trip. So we're no longer offering discounts based on age. And the pay-as-you-go fare is the same thing. It's the same price for everybody. The monthly caps are where you'll see the discount for each passenger grouping. So the adult standard group is where you'll see a slight decrease from the current monthly pass locally to where the ARC monthly cap will be. And then the commuter price did go up. There are no other decreases that are being proposed in this. They are either increases or a consolidation of the fares. And I believe there was a question on the integrated pass that we offer today. So the integrated passes today are actually a combination of a Fort Saskatchewan pass with an ETS pass. So those passes will be discontinued in ARC because there are no more paper passes. So passengers will use the same ARC card to tap on both ETS and Fort Saskatchewan Transit. So they will still pay close to the same fare, but Fort Saskatchewan will only be seeing the revenue from the trips that are traveled on Fort Saskatchewan buses. So what we did as a region, though, in order to get a benefit for those passengers who are traveling on multiple agencies, is once you have reached our commuter Fort Saskatchewan cap, you'll actually ride for free on all other transit systems. So that's the benefit that passengers will get. So hopefully that answered most of your questions.
It certainly helped a lot. So without and I guess that's what I was looking at, the integrated pass. But since there isn't any, then the actual fees will go up for the people riding, or the average adult, I think I was looking at, somewhere down. So if I take the bus, the commuter bus, or to wherever it's going now, Clearview, or to Sherwood Park, if it goes there in the future, we get money from that, or does that go into Edmonton's? Or
yeah, every fare a passenger pays for a trip on Fort Saskatchewan Transit comes to Fort Saskatchewan. We retain that full revenue.
So it's only when they jump off and go on to Sherwood Park or Edmonton Transit, then they get it.
Yeah, so each agency retains the revenue for the service that they provide.
Okay. So they get free service and basically in Edmonton once they've paid the commuter pass, is that?
Yeah, so once they've reached that $85.50, once they've accumulated that amount into their cap, if they were to ride a Sherwood Park bus, Spruce Grove bus, ETS bus, it would be for free until the next month starts. And then they start from zero again and start accumulating up to those monthly caps.
Okay, I'm just going to ask because maybe I'm a little slow on this. So I'm going to take a bus from my house. I walk to the bus stop and then go over to where the commuter bus leaves, because I haven't done this. And so I've paid my fare for the local service. Now I'm going to jump on the commuter bus and I get charged for that on my card. Yep. Now when I go on to Edmonton Transit, do I get charged right away up until like another fee on top of there from the card?
Yeah, so if you're going from your home, you would take a local bus to the commuter bus. You would transfer. You would see a bit of a benefit there because we do allow transfers from a local bus to a commuter bus. So you wouldn't be paying $2.50 plus $4.50. Okay. It's just $2.50 on the local bus, and then you pay another $2 to get up to that $4.50. And then the moment you transfer to a different agency, so Edmonton or Strathcona, it's like you're starting a new journey, and you would pay their fare when you board their bus.
But if I took this 5 days a week, I'd probably cap out pretty quickly and then wouldn't be charged.
Yes, so these monthly caps are calculated at about 19 trips a month. So if you're taking, that's not 19 days, that's 19 trips.
Okay.
So then you would reach your monthly cap, and then you would ride for free.
Okay, thank you very much. I have much better understanding, and I'm okay with the fares then. I don't know how the rest are.
Thank you. So I've got Councillor Noyan next. Just leave that slide up.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So my question revolves around fees that we pay. Is ARC is it the operator of this pay as you go or point of sale system? And so how much do we get out of the actual fare compared to what we pay to have it operated?
Sure. Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, how the fees work for ARC is we retain all of the revenue for the services we provide, and then we pay a percentage of that to VIX, which is the vendor that was chosen to provide the service. So it's 4.3% of total revenue for all the regions combined goes to pay the VIX fees.
And is that prorated per municipality then somehow, or is that because so their contract all of the municipalities have contracted VIX ARC to operate this system, but we pay a percentage of the fees that are incurred just in Fort Saskatchewan or combined in a basket?
So all the revenue from every agency is combined into one basket, and then 4.3% is paid to VIX off of that total revenue.
Interesting. So ours would be less than that, likely much less. Okay.
Councillor Harris.
So your earlier comment, Councillor Blizzard's point of view, ultimately that's going to be a positive marketing thing for new people we want to, people we want to keep on the service, commuter service, but people we want to attract to convince them that this is the way to go in terms of getting around in the region if they don't want to drive a car. Is that a fair assessment?
Very correct, yes. The goal with ARC is to attract new riders by providing this more flexible payment system.
Good. So we'll work that into our whole marketing and promotion budget to, program to ultimately convince people of the sanity of this change.
Yes,
absolutely. Okay, good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I've got one question. Actually two. So the first one, university students and college students, when they register, they pay a fee and they get their transit covered. Where does that fit in here?
Your worship, so the UPass program still exists today. The students pay their UPass fees as part of their tuition, and then each institution provides a check to each municipality that participates. So that process does not change. Just students now use their ARC card, and their UPass is loaded to their ARC card instead of a sticker being put on their ID cards as it was previously.
So I don't know what they pay into each of the facilities right now, but I guess so they just get an ARC card, and as long as they're a student, they can just go on and tap and they don't have to pay anything else?
Yes, Your Worship. Yeah, their UPass fees are paid through their tuition at the beginning of the year for the whole semester. So we don't directly collect that revenue. We get a check from the institutions.
And they get their ARC card from the institution.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
The institution manages that product for them.
Okay. And then on the subsidy ones, you got senior subsidy 1, 2, and 3. Is that through the Everyone Plays, or where are you getting the subsidy and who's getting it?
Your Worship, yes. So all of these profiles were coordinated through all the different regions. So we kind of accumulated all the different profiles and all the different passenger types that there were throughout the different regions, and we got them all standardized throughout all the different agencies. So the subsidy ones are each agency, each municipality offers a different subsidy program. So ours is branded Everyone Rides here in Fort Saskatchewan. So if you are eligible for Everyone Rides and you come in and you apply to get your ARC card and get it registered as a subsidy, we'll just apply that subsidy to your account. And if you're a senior over the age of 65 plus meeting the Everyone Rides low income requirements, you'd be put into that profile and you would get that monthly cap discount everywhere you ride. And then we also have the Subsidy 1, which is that Everyone Rides program. The Subsidy 2 and Subsidy 3, you'll notice, do not have a discount on here because we do not recognize those profiles here with a discount. Those are for people who don't actually meet the Everyone Rides requirements. Their income is a little bit more. It's more of a sliding scale, so in the future, we could potentially look at offering discounts to those, but right now only the City of Edmonton offers discounts in any of the profiles other than the Senior Subsidy and Subsidy 1.
Okay. And then my next question, because my mother rides the bus sometimes, so she pays cash, but so everything on these columns, pay-as-you-go fare, that's under the ARC?
Correct.
And so then you've got a monthly cap. So I know I used to buy one for her for $20. So if they don't use the full amount, does that amount transfer over to the next month, or do they lose it?
Your Worship, yes, that the ARC purse, which is where the money is stored, it is always stayed there until you use it. So if you only ride 2 or 3 times in the month, you only pay $2.50 per trip. The remaining money stays in your account forever. If you ever want a refund, you request a refund and you get that money back. It's a part of the gift card legislation, so that money is always the passengers.
Okay, just wanted clarity on that. Okay, I'm not seeing any motions, so I would say you're good to go.
All right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next one is Public Works Yards Need Assessment Project. So before I put a motion on and turn the chair back over to Deputy Mayor, can you just once again convince me why this can't be done in-house by our wonderful engineers that we have, rather than going out and spending $150,000.
I just need to open up the right one.
It's
the initial request is page 5.9.
5.1?
9, sorry.
9. Yeah, I couldn't find it under Public Works. 9.1?
5.9.
5.1.
5.9.
5.9.
Yeah.
Oh, it's under Fleet.
Yeah, Fleet.
Yeah, I was looking under
Facilities.
Public Works and I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
So
this request, I guess, is looking to do a couple of things. One is to look at the existing site we have and how we can best use it. And then the second is to look longer term in terms of identifying the gaps and shortfalls we currently have and those that will be coming up as we continue to grow, to look at what potential there is for future lands, future yards, whether they're satellite yards or something bigger at some point. Your question in terms of being able to do it in-house, honestly, we just don't have the resources to do it in-house. We do have some very talented staff, and they're very good, but they are also busy. They're looking after a number of other capital projects. To add this to the workload, it becomes more of a side of desk thing. And then we'd have to look a lot at the specific backgrounds and talents that they have. A study like this will require some architect work because you have to look at space planning for buildings and things like that. You need to look at transportation engineers for turning movements. How do you get vehicles in and out? And then as well, a little bit even bigger in terms of looking at management and looking at how you can organize and manage staff and what the interplay is between them, where they should be located, how best to bring those all together. So I think the short answer is I don't think I don't think we have the resources to take it on, and I don't know that we have the right expertise in-house to take it on. To be able to take a really good holistic look at what we could do, what we should do, to be able to develop a plan that would work for us in I guess the long term, to make sure we're not just looking at what we do now and just continuing that forward. That may be the right thing, but maybe we need to look at a little bit of what else is out there. Is there a better way to do things?
Okay, thanks. I'm not putting a motion on yet. I'm going to wait and hear what anybody else has to say. And if somebody else puts a motion, then we'll get into debate. So we're still into mostly clarifying questions. So go ahead, Councillor Harris.
Grant, there was a orthographer aerial map, digital aerial map put into our flagged item thing that shows the public works area and the Lafarge and whatnot, but it's dated. Really dated. Do we have anything more up to date and current that shows our new transfer station in conjunction with everything else? Because when I look at it, I guess we're looking at primarily where the salt shed is, where the mechanic shop is, where the garage space is. So I'm trying to get a sense of the geography of that area that needs to be analyzed. And it could conceivably be an analysis with adjacent properties potentially discussed, correct?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, so the first comment in terms of the aerial photo that's there, that's actually the early 2023's aerial photo. So the transfer station's half under construction, half complete in this picture. It's the most current one we have at this point.
So there isn't a more up-to-date aerial photography is what you're telling me.
I don't have one more up-to-date than this, no.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, I guess that gives us a sense of what's there, but it's changed quite dramatically unless you say that the boundaries of the transfer station project actually go over towards and kind of folds in behind where the bulk water facility is, correct? So if you look at that.
Yeah, Your Worship, I tried to trace the boundaries of the different areas. And I realize I probably used the wrong colors for you, and I do apologize for that.
No, it's okay. I can see purple. It's not a problem.
Okay. So I did highlight the public works yard itself, and then the area around the transfer station.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so ultimately, the area that would be analyzed would be everything not including the transfer station and the area that we've ultimately taken over by virtue of all the space that we needed for the materials that need to be handled from a recycling standpoint, correct? So really, it's the area in behind the existing Graham building and adjacent to those mechanic shops and garage and salt shed.
Worship Council area, those would be the undeveloped areas that are more or less not developed with anything on them. But we'd also want to take a look at how we're using the existing garage spaces and things like that. Can we use those areas better to make them more efficient?
So there's a piece of property that's just north of the mechanic shop. So we show the access coming into that site, and then it's got a 11139. Is that privately owned?
Your Worship, yes, it is.
Okay, and then just to the right or the east side of the 1128, that's the automotive place, correct? I'm just trying to get my bearings.
Yes, yeah.
And then Lafarge is owning a huge piece of property, 11124. So you're just looking at $150,000 to do an analysis on what we currently own.
Your Worship, that'd be the first part of it. The second part would be through that identifying the gaps and what else do we need? What kind of other spaces do we need? And then where does it make sense to have some of those spaces?
Okay, so we look at growth and we look at equipment laydown yards and all that sort of stuff, and ultimately the best utilization, staying pretty much within that current footprint, I would imagine.
Your Worship, to Councillor Harris, in terms of details, because we don't own any other land, it would have to be within the current footprint. But it would also identify if we need to have, I'm throwing numbers out because I have no idea, but another 5 acres of land somewhere to be able to do something, or if we need it would make sense to have maybe 2 smaller satellite yards in other parts of the city to help operations be more efficient.
Okay.
I can support the project, so that's fine.
Yeah,
Thanks.
there's no motion on, so.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly?
Thank you. Grant, my question is simply this. If this particular request is delayed for 2 or 3 years, how does that impact the work that the city does in this area?
Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, I don't think it impacts our day-to-day. We'll continue to do what we do. We're not growing so fast that we're a major pinch point right now. I think the risk is we could miss opportunities. If an adjacent parcel of land came for sale and we don't know how we could use it or what we need, does it make sense to bring that forward? And then those kinds of things is what we're looking for, is that future planning to make sure that we can take advantage of opportunities that might come up.
Thank you. That answers that question rather well. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm not going to put a motion on. Sorry, Councillor Abatoye. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Grant, I'm struggling with this as well, because I'm wondering, who better to know how much space they require for their work than the people that are actually running it? Right? Sorry, I'm just going to finish my thoughts. Because, I'm sorry?
No, nothing.
Okay. Because you say this is more long-term than short-term, and I think one of the reasons that you've written in the reports is that it's impeding operations. Staff have said that the way the site is situated, or the way it's planned or arranged, is kind of impeding operations. So I'm just wondering, $150,000 sounds like a lot of money, right, for a study? Because I feel like if we want to expand, why don't you just buy another site? If a site comes up and there's an opportunity, why don't you just buy it? Why do we have to study it? I'm kind of really struggling with this as well. So,
Your Worship, Councillor Batoy, I would agree that the people who can identify the constraints and the issues are the people using it, and they would definitely be involved in the study and be interviewed. It would be the consultant's job to take those comments back and try and figure out what that really means and how does that reconfigure things. there are some constraints to the site right now, and we're seeing that. We're seeing different pinch points as we go. But right now we have, in general, ways to work around them and work through them. But as we continue to grow and as the site becomes busier, those constraints are just going to become bigger. So having a plan in place that shows us within 5 or 10 years we're going to need this, whatever it is, means that we can say, hey, we have this opportunity. Maybe it makes sense to get ahead of it now so we can plan it and build it at that point. So it really is to get something down so that we can take advantage of those future opportunities.
Okay, thank you, Grant. My second question is to Mr. Fleming. So the source of funding for this request is MSI grants. So if, for instance, this didn't go through and, council is like, let's do this more at a future time, since Mr. Grant has said it's not really something that's currently required, what would this money be used for?
Through your worship, typically what we do if something gets removed that had a funding source for the MSI, we would go back through the budget and try to find something else to allocate that funding for. That was potentially, say, paid for with a reserve, and then the reserve money could just stay with the city.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not very. I mean, I have questions about this, but I think one thing that makes me a little comfortable with it is because it's grant funded, but still, I still have like a big question mark about this. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So I guess the question that I have when you're talking about 5 years out from now or 10 years out from now, so within the 10-year capital budget, you know how many graders you're buying, you know how many snow trucks that you're replacing. So I guess the question that I have is you're looking at that and you're looking at the space. And so if you get one new truck or you get one grader, does that really require a study to say, yeah, we can park it here, we can move it over here?
Your worship, I wouldn't look at it so much as just garage space. I mean, that is one piece of it. We are running out of that kind of space for that heavy equipment, but it's also looking at the efficiencies of the operations and how can we best situate and where can we best situate the equipment and the resources so that we can be as efficient as we can be in the field. Does it make the most sense to have a second yard right beside the current one, or should it be split apart so you can kind of split operations and maybe save travel time? Those are things to look at and things to discuss to see what makes the most sense. So those are the kinds of things we want to be able to look at as we're going through this.
Okay. Councillor Harris?
One final comment. Having worked out of the Graham building for a number of years and respecting the fact that we bring on a fair number of staff during the summer season and the only place they have to park is on 88th Avenue, I think part of your analysis needs to be how are you going to handle parking for the staff that work at the Graham building as opposed to parking on the street, because we require in new development, we require the plant, a developer to ultimately provide on-site parking. So I think when you're looking at this, that should be part of the analysis in terms of how we're going to do that, because we're really encumbering 88th Avenue. I brought my trailer to the dump station one time, and the cars over there, it was scary. And so ultimately, I would add that as a point of study in terms of how you're going to use this site for parking for the. How many staff do we bring on stream in the spring and through the summer? We got to have about 45, 50 people.
Your worship, to Councillor Harris, you're looking at about, I will say, in the 35 to 40 staff. Especially related to parks, and a few temporary staff coming from utilities, summer students, or roads. Just to clarify, the 88th Avenue, this is not our staff using it. It's basically the company that sells cars,
Straight Line
Chrysler, that normally they go park there. What's happening with our park staff is that we have now location where they will go in a satellite space. Example will be at the historic precinct, where they will park there and take their and go there. And we have one at West River Edge. We're going to have one at the new Leslie Mellon arena as well, where we have a little bit of space. We can have some equipment there. So we're trying to spread the staff this way so they can start and be closer to the areas they maintain.
Okay,
if that makes sense.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Gagnon, and that's really important. But from my recollection, there were a lot of city staff that parked on 88th Avenue in the time that I ran the department.
Okay.
And if that's changed, that's good to know. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm not seeing a motion. Oh, just a second, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to remove the Public Works yard needs assessment from the 2024 operating budget. And I think it can be as simple as that. And I'll
Project
speak to the motion.
32-0073. Okay. Mr. Kaiser can type that up. Once you have it typed up, just put it on there so we can see it. Okay, you can speak to your motion.
Yeah, so I appreciate the answers that have been given here, and evidently it's going to become a need at a certain point in time to look for growth areas for the Public Works yard. Based on how I see this need, we're not going to be moving the Public Works yard that we currently have. We can look for a satellite yard, although we're a municipality, we don't encompass a county where we need satellite yards in different locations per se, because access to Fort Saskatchewan from its current location is quite accessible. The reason I'm making the motion is because what I would like to see is some ideas, some maybe discussion with adjacent landowners that are potentially going to have a vacant property, but some sort of a direction from administration to come forward with an idea with the expertise of people in house before council approves a needs assessment such as this. I think it can encompass some input at the employee and manager level. And what I would not like to see is for a potential capital project to be coming forward to council and be put on the 10-year capital plan or the horizon list with the other large-scale capital projects that we have before us. So for that reason, I make the motion.
Okay, thank you. It's open for discussion and debate. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I'm not going to support the motion. I do see the benefit of starting this work now, and I feel it's an appropriate use of grant dollars to get valuable information needed for future decisions. So I won't be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
I also won't be supporting the motion. I can definitely see the need for this. It's a one-time and it's supported by grants. And I think we do need to know what do we need for space in the future, because why would we look at land if we don't need it, if some comes up, and if some comes up and we do need some, we're ready. So I think this is a vital thing. And I think within the next 5 years, we probably will need some more land.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harris.
I appreciate Councillor Nguyen's reason for bringing this up. I think it definitely makes sense for administration to look at it in a broader context, but I won't support the motion because I think it's an appropriate level of study. Does it need to be 150,000? I would hope that you get a consultant that proposes something that is more cost effective than 150 grand. I think the project can be done for less than that, but if that's an upset limit, so be it. But I won't support the motion because I think it's probably timely from an analysis standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I want to talk about, Mr. Fleming, the difference between grant funding and tax funding. We just had 4 councillors reference the fact that this is grant funded. When the MSI monies hit our bank account, as far as I know, and I've looked at a lot of dollar bills, they're all printed the same. It loses its identity. So how is it, please, that you're able to make the distinction that this is grant funded and should be treated differently. Or maybe you're not, and maybe council's misunderstanding.
So through your worship, I knew this question was coming, so and I appreciate it. I'll try to describe, like, it doesn't matter. That's the short answer. The way that it typically works with MSI, if we want to, speaking amongst friends, I don't actually agree that the provincial government should give us ongoing operating money, but if I was a village or a town on my last dollar, I would probably feel differently. But they give us this MSI operating. The budget gets put together, and it gets vetted. It gets vetted at the general manager level. Then it gets vetted by the city manager. Then we vet it again through a leadership team, and then it comes here and gets vetted through council. The process of assigning the funding source, like when the MSI operating gets assigned, I think it actually gets done by Ms. Andruko, and it's just, I would say it's almost random. Go and find a bunch of projects that meet the criteria and just put it there. So it doesn't matter. It's the project should have the same meaning whether it's tax funded or grant funded. So I don't even participate in it. When we walk in here, I don't even, when I read through the plan request, I don't even look at the funding source amount. So I think it's, like, you keep asking me about this, and I just wanted to get that out there, that it's really just, it's money that the city gets, but it matters just as much as all the other money the city has. So.
Thank you, Troy. That's a fairly candid answer. Ms. Andruko, you're causing me ulcers. What exactly do you use for criteria to determine what is grant funded and what is not?
So for one-time projects, typically we kind of look at what can we fund this grant, like fund first and use the grant dollars, because there's a time limitation on this grant dollars that we get for operating. I believe it's 2 years. So we try to use that up first, look at projects that would try to keep it at big dollar amounts so it's easier for reporting purposes, and then assign the rest to reserves is basically how we're looking at it.
So if you assign it to reserves, are you deemed to have spent it in 2 years?
If we assign it to reserve, there is no
Okay, maybe I misunderstood your comment. I think you told me that you have 2 years to spend the money.
Yep.
And you normally assign it to higher ticket items. First of all, one-off items, then higher ticket items, so it's easier to track. And what's left over gets put into reserve. I think that's what I heard.
That is correct.
So if you put it into reserve, you got next year to spend it.
Yeah, there's no time limit like the grant does.
So once it's put in reserve, it's deemed spent. It's not. We don't have the 2 year time limit anymore.
No, we don't.
So we could theoretically put all of it in the reserve and avoid the 2 year time limit.
Mr. Nance is ready to jump in on this one.
Just through your worship to Councillor Kelly, two separate things. Shannon is talking about MSI dollars, but not putting MSI dollars into reserves. She's simply speaking about other projects that might use reserves. So you have the 2 year limit on spending MSI. We're not putting MSI dollars into reserve.
Okay, that's a clarification, because I think I missed something there, so thank you. So I got to beat this up, because I'd really like to put it to bed after 6 years. And maybe I won't succeed, but maybe I will. You report the spending of MSI to the provincial government, because of course they have a right to know how we spent the money. The reporting to the provincial government, though, can be, there's no restriction really on how we spend MSI money. It could be allocated any place, essentially.
There is a bit of restriction.
Okay, thank you, but 10% or 5% of the budget might be not qualified?
In this budget, yeah.
Okay, so 90% of the budget qualifies for MSI spending. So really and truly, from a budget perspective, we don't have to worry about it. You do, because you have to report to the provincial government, but I do not. I just get the budget. You get to do the reporting. Is there any requirement from the provincial government perspective to indicate on our budgets whether or not it's MSI?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you. So I would like to suggest and this is a suggestion, that we have really three types of funding in my mind: current dollars, reserve dollars, or debt. And MSI money are current dollars. Because if it's not MSI, it's tax. And how you allocate it is, as explained, very arbitrary. So it's not impossible to say this project is grant funded, so I'm going to worry about it a little less. It's impossible. Does that make sense?
You are correct, yes.
I thank you for all of that, and I thank everybody for their patience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm next in the speaking order. So I brought this project, I asked for it to be flagged because I do have concerns. Not going to tell anybody how I'm going to vote, but I guess the last question that I have, so what's the downside if it has to wait 1 year? Is that going to stop you or preclude you from checking to see if there's any properties that are available through our land management person, or?
Your worship, I think it's just I don't know if it's the right terminology, but it's an opportunity cost. Is if something becomes up, we're arbitrarily saying we think there's an opportunity without having a plan of knowing that we do need it, or we need this piece or that piece, or it's just we don't have any backup for the request if we're looking to purchase a
Mr.
parcel.
Fleming?
Just as a note, I get more feedback on this from the staff at JEG, especially roads. I think they're about to ban me from the site, but unless I do something. But we had been casually checking with the adjacent landowners, and we are. I've been led to believe that one of the sites that's adjacent to the current JEG site may potentially go up for sale within the next year. And so getting this work done now is ideal because we may not need to buy the entirety of this other site. There may be a possibility we only need to do part of it. And some of this work is meant to determine how much more land do we need, or do we need to buy any? And so ideally we would sort of get the answer to that question sooner than later. Doesn't mean we have to take advantage of that opportunity, that potential land that's coming up for sale, but it would be nice if we were prepared if it does.
So I guess I asked the question in the past, if a piece of land came up for sale adjacent to the JEG, which I think one did to the east, it wasn't put in a pre-plan, it was just come to council and paid for out of our land purchase reserve, and I don't know if that exists anymore. So so I guess if any opportunity ever presented itself, what would preclude administration from coming forward to say, you know what, opportunities here?
Yeah, nothing would preclude that. That is we could choose to utilize that strategy instead. But
last question, and wouldn't that then trigger, what do we want to do with something? Because I'm sure somebody's not going to sell a piece.
We think they might, but we're not entirely sure. In an ideal world, if a piece of land comes up for sale, it would be good if we had sort of done all of our homework, because if it comes up for sale, now we're scrambling to get answers to questions.
Okay.
Just a recommendation. So I hope you don't feel like the city's going to stop operating if you don't do it. I sometimes in our effort to justify it, sometimes it feels like we might push a little too hard, but this is our recommendation.
Chanel? So. We're just going light here.
Yeah, Your Worship, if I could just add to Mr. Fleming's comments, the JEG site serves multiple purposes. It's more than just a yard. So there are offices there, and those spaces are running low. We know that. So the hope was this work was to look 20, 30 years out and go long term, what do we really need? There are some opportunities that have popped up that we thought were a really good fit for our needs, but without the analysis, we just weren't confident enough to bring it forward to council for a final decision. So we are hoping to take a deeper dive, look at our options, and then make a decision.
Okay, I'm good, thanks. Councillor Blizzard?
Just wanted to say that I regret using the word grant in there because I actually look more at one time versus ongoing. And I think this is a one-time request that will answer a lot of questions, hopefully, and put us in a good position when we need more land. So I still won't support this.
Okay, Councillor Harris.
Well, I guess the question is, if we didn't use the money from the MSI, what would we use the funds for if we didn't do this project? I mean, we'd reallocate it to something else, and then we'd have another discussion. Have we already crossed that bridge? I don't recall if we did, so refresh my memory.
To your worship, if this project were denied, the question is what would happen to those MSI?
Yeah, we'd want to use it because we don't want to lose it.
Yeah, like I said before, based on our current processes, Ms. Andruko would go into the budget and find the next best candidate. It could be any
without
number.
Belaboring the point today, there's a process to reallocate the money.
It's somewhat arbitrary.
Yeah, well, that's fine, and I understand that, and it's arbitrary, but it's not. I mean, we're looking at things that make sense from an allocation of resource potential, so I understand that. But nonetheless, I think the project makes sense. I'm supporting in that context, so I won't vote for the motion.
Okay, Councillor Kelly.
Yeah, Troy, it makes sense to me, Ms. Andruko, that you would find another project to apply the money to, and that project might be currently budgeted as a tax funded, so we could actually see a reduction in the tax levy. That's what I would think might happen.
So to your worship, it's because it would go to one-time projects in nature, I don't think it would impact the property tax rate.
Well, and it would impact future years' property taxes because nonetheless,
in a big picture sense, yes. What I really, in my mind, the way I see it is it helps you, it helps avoid taking money out of your reserves. It helps keeps the reserves
which
healthy.
affects future years' taxes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Noyan to close.
It looks like I have unanimous support for my motion, so but in all seriousness, the intent of the motion was to perhaps delay this and not discrediting the merits of the proposal and the needs assessment. But I think the discussion did bring forward some good information, some further information from administration, and some good discussion among council as well. So on that, I'll close.
Okay, thank you. The motion is now closed. Please take your time and consider your vote, and please cast your vote. Yeah, I know. Okay, the motion is defeated. 4-3. Okay. All right. We are not going on to any more today. We had a hard 4 o'clock. I thought we'd be out of here sooner because I was going to end earlier. So, Mr. Dance, I always like you to have the last dance.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're back on, we're back on Thursday morning at 9 o'clock, and we'll resume with the flags. We got through 4 flags, so we'll start on number 5. We had 10 the first day, and we just added 1 today. So we have the 11 total flags. So we'll get from 5 to 11 on Thursday morning.
Okay, great. So with that, we are adjourned at 3:54.